Hello, everybody. It's very silent today, isn't it? Interesting. uh, we're on a different mood, on a different scale, on a different planet. Get ready, cause it's about to get wacky. Well, not exactly wacky, more so let's just behave ourselves, have a good time, and yeah, it'll be fantastic. Okay. So unfortunately, some tests are going to be in order because I want to also record his audio and my audio only for later for various reasons. I know the stream probably isn't going to be in the best quality as per usual, but I've done whatever I can to stabilize my internet. I can see the connection is all over the place and becoming very pixelated. I can see that much. But yeah, we are just gonna have to deal with it. It is what it is. Hopefully my internet doesn't absolutely crap itself out and die. So the stream gets cut. Much worse, I hope my electricity doesn't cut out, which is gonna be awful. I'm not gonna be able to read chat, unfortunately, because I'm going to be laser focused. But for those of you that don't know, there's going to be a server, so you can play, and I will spectate you, just as background B-roll, while we have our talks, our chats, our everything. Also, I'm gonna be showing some other things, so sit tight, relax. It's gonna be great. I'm gonna call him in just a second, and yeah. Let me just adjust a few things and actually get prepared. Whew, I'm actually getting stressed like a. So, play CS. I'll spectate you. Say whatever you want. I'll try to read here and there, but I'm going to be laser focused with my conversation until we get to the point where we look at you, chat. So enjoy your time. If you have any questions, don't ask anybody. I'm sorry. Today's not the day. Today's not that time. Estimated time of stream, a couple of hours. Okay, here's what's gonna happen. We're gonna go through my questions, my interview section, which might take an hour and a half at most. I hope. I don't want to sit here and exhaust the guy. Then we're gonna do reading the questions sent from the form, and finally, the last thing is going to be your questions from here from chat. So if you make it towards the end, of the stream, you can send questions or comments or any messages live to him, to me, to anybody, to yourself if you want. Okay. Keep it simple. Behave yourselves. I'm actually, after I even call him, I'm gonna have to do some things to make sure recording is proper. Don't you love that? All right. Let's call God. Let's talk with Jesus. Okay. Let's behave. Let's behave. Oh my God. Hello.
Hello, can you see
Hello.
me?
Yeah, I can see you. Hi, you're gonna use your
Okay.
cam?
Yeah, I thought you wanted me to use a cam.
No, I told you it's okay if you don't want to, but now that you
Oh,
are,
okay.
no,
Oh, sorry. Do you want it or not?
I mean, if the audience wants to see your face, but if you prefer, you can have the cam. I can put your face on screen, but if you don't want to, that's perfectly fine because
Yeah,
audio is the most
the
important,
cam's
anyways.
fine. The cam's fine.
Yeah. All right, everybody, say hello.
Hello.
Yeah. They
So,
can't see you just yet, so
okay.
I'm just gonna have to uh do a quick window capture of Discord and then just no, and then just crop it so I can. There we go. I'm not a professional when it comes to this stuff. This is actually the first time I'm ever interviewing anybody. There you go. There you go. There's
Okay.
there you are. In the meantime, actually, do you want me to? Are you going to watch through the stream, or would you like me to share my screen to you on Discord?
I can watch the stream, and then that way I can probably answer the questions easier. So why don't you send me a link to the stream.
Okay, no, because on stream you're gonna listen to our audio, and
Oh, maybe that's too much.
it's gonna be delayed to.
Okay. So maybe you can just type the questions out, or
Yeah, no, I just want to. I don't know if actually you're going to hear audio if I show you, if I stream to you my screen. I don't know if you're going to be able to hear audio from that side. Now I have to readjust the thing. Okay, everybody, I'm not I'm not a professional, guys, so don't start yelling at me. Okay, I think if I just stream my screen, it's going to be just fine. If you don't hear, I hope that's that's not a problem. So, welcome one and all. Welcome. I guess we should begin. So for questions, I'm just I've told this to everybody else, but in your case, yeah, I'm just going to start with my own questions, and then we're going to move on to everyone else's questions, and
audience.
then yeah, the audience questions sent through the form, and then eventually questions sent through chat if anybody has anything to say. Anything final? Any questions, comments? I hope you can hear him. I hope you can guys can hear me. I think
Yeah.
my meters and everything is showing all
Testing.
right.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah. Let me just real quick check on stream through chat if anybody has anything to say. Anything final? Any questions, comments? I hope you can hear him. I hope you can guys can hear me.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. Everything can be heard. All right. So, hello, Minley. How are you today? Is it cold in Canada?
I'm good. Yeah, it's actually snowing. It just started snowing this week, so I was hoping it wouldn't snow this year, but unfortunately, it's fucking snow. I don't like snow.
You
Yeah.
don't? Aren't you used to it?
Yeah, I mean, like it probably snows like maybe 4 days out of the year. So I mean, I guess, but I still don't like it because it just I drive. So whenever it snows, everybody just gets in an accident, and just the roads are bad, and I can't really do anything. I just basically have to stay home. So it sucks. It's like yeah, it just kind of shuts down the whole city. Yeah.
It's a good thing you work with computers. You don't have to.
Yeah.
You're not doing
I don't
manual
have to.
labor.
Yeah, that's for sure. I'm not doing construction, so that's always cool.
Yeah, or especially if you're working from home, you could just get up, sit on your computer like 5 minutes before the workday starts. I know I used to do that.
Yeah. So, yeah, but other than that, I mean, it's the weather's been okay. Just cold right now. How's the weather over there? Are you in Spain?
No, I'm somewhere in Europe. I like to play games with
Oh,
my
right.
audience.
Okay, okay, sure, yeah.
No, it's okay. It's okay. They're gonna forget tomorrow. It's okay. All
Yeah,
right. So,
okay.
it's in Europe, unless you are in Scandinavia, the weather is overall. It still can be cold, but a lot more
Mm,
mild than Canada. In Canada, it's a lot more in the north. But
yeah.
anyway, you've been very public recently. You went to the HLTV Awards.
Serbia?
That was a lot of fun.
Yeah. Yeah, it was awesome. Just met a lot of great just a lot of people in the esports community, and everybody was super cool. And yeah, it was just awesome. Just meeting so many nice guys and girls, tons of females there. But yeah, do you watch the esports much? Counter-Strike esports?
I occasionally watch the esports. I don't engage with it super hardcore, but it's fun to watch because it can be hype.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, some of the because I'm watching right now the IEM in Poland, Katowice, and yeah, I mean, I'm watching all the top players play, and yeah, it's pretty crazy how good they are. I was never really that good, but yeah, it's pretty cool. I'm starting to watch more of it now. You know.
Yeah, yeah. Oh no, it's insane because they play for hundreds, thousands of hours. They learn strategies. They practice the strategies of their
Yeah,
enemy team. Like it's a full-time
yeah, it's a
job.
full sport. Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure. So yeah, yeah, it's pretty cool. Just seeing the best of the best. So yeah, it's been pretty enjoyable. Yeah.
Uh, how's uh how's job hunting been going?
Actually, I've been working on this project with the team right now. So I'm kind of actually I haven't really been doing much job hunting because this project that I'm working on, I've been doing it full time right now. So basically, it's basically I've been working on this co-op shooting. I can talk about it later. I think one of the questions comes up later. What am I working on? But I haven't really been doing much job hunting because I've just been working on this project um, that I've been working on. Yeah. So.
Okay, so your hands aren't empty. You have your preoccupations.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm constantly working on some kind of project, whether it's like my own projects or just some other people's projects. Yeah.
Considering your history, I guess you've always been like this. Do you consider yourself an workaholic?
Yeah. I mean, I love making games. So, um, yeah, it's something that I've always enjoyed. Like if you love doing what you do, it doesn't really feel like work because I kind of work probably like 10 hours a day. And so yeah, it doesn't really it doesn't feel like it's not like working manual labor or something like that. So um I still enjoy it. Yeah, I still love making games.
Yeah, yeah. Because I'm a bit like that too, where even if I have free time, I constantly am thinking of ways to kind of be productive because that in of itself is quite enjoyable. Working towards a skill or just working towards something in general. And I do agree with that mindset that it's not work if you enjoy what you do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. So do you do anything other than like making YouTube videos? Like do you are you into game development yourself?
I was kind of right now. I'm not because I went to different places and did different things. I mean, it's a long story, but I did used to work for a very big company as a quality assurance tester for 3 years. So although I haven't been
Mm-hmm.
directly involved with game development itself, I think QA tester just does kind of work to a degree because you still get insights and you still
Yeah.
get to see
Oh,
how a game is
definitely.
being made and
Hmm. Yeah.
and it's very fun. It was a lot of fun, and but I'm looking
Mm-hmm.
to take things into a different direction with concept art and everything. That's like my biggest passion. So I've been like
Oh,
learning.
cool. So, hmm
Yeah, I've been
so
learning
you're an
Blender and
artist.
Photoshop. Yeah, I'm an artist,
Oh.
but at the same time, I kind of really wanted to do YouTube. This has been something in the back of my head for many years, and then
Mhm.
one day I started doing it. It didn't work out, but then eventually I sort of figured out what I wanted to kind of do. So I started making videos again, and tons of people decided to watch, and yeah.
Nice.
And,
Yeah.
and now it's become like a self-fulfilling cycle where I make a video people enjoy, and that makes me want to make more. And
Mhm.
it becomes like a jack of all trades situation where I want to make videos, but I also want to make art, but I also have to do a job. It's
Mhm.
all these different things all the time. Then you got to have a social
Yeah.
life. Yeah,
Yeah, it's a lot to balance. Yeah.
yeah,
Cool.
yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, on to you. I'm not important today.
Okay.
You're
Mhm.
important. So
Mhm.
let's get into it. So getting into video games as a hobby is one thing. You grew up playing all the classic FPS games and some RPGs like Ultima and programming.
Yeah.
So maybe there's a
Mhm.
correlation, but how are you exactly attracted to developing, modding for video games?
So I started when the first Doom was released. So I mean, obviously, before Doom was released, I was playing games. I was playing games since like 1980, 86 or something. So I was always playing games, and there was never an opportunity for me to actually make a game until Doom came out. So when Doom came out, uh, they released an editor, and so I instantly just started making mods, levels for Doom. And then what you're seeing on the screen now is Navy SEALs Quake. This
Yes.
was an awesome. This was one of my my very first mods that I made for Quake, and I really enjoyed working on this one because this was my very first time making models, like weapon models. And at the time, I love like special forces, and like all of the guns that I made for Navy SEALs, they were like based on the guns that the Navy SEALs were using. So like the Mark 23 pistol, Mossberg shotgun. So I did a lot of research and just kind of trying to find out what kind of weapons that the Navy SEALs were using. And yeah, this is an awesome. This is a real fun time for me because I learned how to create those models, and also I learned how to program. So in to make a mod for Quake, I needed to learn how to program in something called Quake C, which is
Yeah.
similar to like C, like the regular C, but I think it just has a little bit of modifications for the Quake engine. But basically, I learned how to do that. Yeah, kind of like on my own. Because before I made this mod, I did learn how to program in high school. I took a few courses on learning how to program. So learning how to program in Quake C was a little bit. Um, I guess it wasn't like it wasn't like learning from scratch. So I couldn't have. I was able to take some of the stuff that I learned from high school and just kind of apply it to here. So,
Hmm.
but it was difficult because back then there wasn't any YouTube videos. So learning how to make this mod, it involved going to a lot of these websites. Um, and
Asking
I
on
think
forums.
yes, yes. Basically, asking on forums. Yeah, a lot of that was just because we didn't have like Discord. But we did have something called IRC, which is actually basically the same as Discord, because
Yeah.
IRC is basically a live chat rooms basically. So I would join these IRC channels, and there would be like developers on there, and I would ask them questions about Quake C and that kind of stuff. So, and there was back then there was a pretty there was a pretty active community. It wasn't as big as it is today. I mean, today there's like so many game developers, but still, the community back then we were all pretty tight, so we were able to kind of like help each other out. And yeah, I just remember like programming like all of this in Quake C, and just so I created those enemies as well. And so I did all of the so when I created these models and all of the animations, I used this program called Quake Army Knife. So it was this really primitive tool. It's basically like Blender, but back then it was super primitive. And I remember it took me like 2 or 3 months just to make one of these models, like the MP5. It took me like 2 months just to make that. But it was a lot of fun though. I really enjoyed this mod. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, I
Um,
know, I kind of know what you're talking about, but of course it's nice for the audience to also be aware because they of course might not know. So how long did it take you to actually make and
like,
finish
uh,
Navy SEALs?
Navy SEALs.
Yeah,
Oh gosh.
Too long?
Probably about a year and a half. It was not too long because after I made this mod, I worked on other mods. So I think if I worked on this mod, I think I probably spent like about a year and a half on it. Yeah. And then after I worked on this mod, I worked on another game called Action Quake 2,
Yeah,
which
yeah.
is on the Quake
We'll
2
get to
engine.
that
So
too in a little
yeah,
bit.
we'll get to
Yeah,
that.
yeah. So
But
was
interesting, the Navy SEALs mod was a lot of fun working on that. Yeah.
so that's where your passion for modeling also came, I suppose.
Yeah. So basically, I created all the models, like everything you see, the weapons, the enemies. I did not create the levels. So these levels, actually, wait a minute. I created like maybe one or two levels, but I think most of the levels they were created by the community.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, all I did was I just created the weapons and the characters and the AI. And so uh, most of the levels were actually created by the community. They would just actually take the mod and they would just kind of like just kind of use the weapons and just kind of place the enemies
Yeah, yeah.
in the level. Yeah.
I watched a lot of your interviews to kind of prepare myself, and you did say that level design was not your strongest component ever.
Yeah. Yeah. So right, like so before, like even in Counter Strike, I didn't actually make any of the levels for Counter Strike.
Yeah.
Uh, um, I didn't start making levels until I worked on TI. So
Mm-hmm.
that was in like 2007. So yeah, so for these mods, I didn't really do the levels. Actually, interesting. I did make levels for Doom, but when it came to Navy SEALs and Action Quake and Counter Strike, I didn't make the levels. Partly because I didn't have time to. I was just because I spent most of the time just programming and making the
Yeah,
weapons and the
you were a
characters.
one-man army most of the time.
Yeah, so basically, I just realized I didn't have the time to make the levels. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Was
Yeah.
Navy SEALs your first modding endeavor? Your first like finished project or
Yeah,
started
I would
project?
say so. Yeah. It was probably my first mod, because prior to making Navy Seals, I just made like levels for Doom. So I would make these levels for Doom, and I would just basically, they were just like levels. They didn't really include like weapons or characters. They were just basically Doom levels. So I basically just took the Doom editor and I just placed like Doom enemies and stuff like that. So yeah,
Yeah.
Navy Seals was the very first mod where I actually created new. Uh, um, they call it back then. They call it like a total conversion, basically, where you
Yeah.
actually redo all of the weapons and all of the enemies.
Yeah,
So
it's not a custom Quake campaign, but it's a unique
yeah,
story and everything. Well, as
yeah,
much as possible is remodeled.
yeah, yeah, exactly, yeah. But yeah, this is cool. Brings back a lot of memories. A lot of these levels actually I didn't get a chance to play them because after I finished the Navy SEALs mod, I actually kind of took a break, and um I took a break because I started university, so I was really busy and I couldn't really work on Navy SEALs anymore. So a lot of these levels, they were made after I finished working on Navy SEALs. But the
Hmm.
community, they were still very active. Like there were still a lot of people playing Navy SEALs, so they would actually make these levels. Um, yeah,
I take it this
after I
mod was
stopped
very
working.
popular.
It was pretty popular. I wouldn't say it was like hugely successful. Like because at the time I think there was other mods that were more popular, like Team Fortress. That was really
Yeah,
popular.
yeah,
But I think Navy Seals was fairly popular because it was like a single player mod. Most of the other mods, they were like multiplayer mods, so you had to play them PvP. But this mod was kind of cool because you can kind of play them with AI, and so
yeah.
it was pretty fun.
I would also assume that the aesthetic was something very unique for its time.
Yeah, because most of the other mods, they didn't really like they just kind of reused the Quake enemies, so it wasn't really like
Yeah,
it still felt like Quake, but with this Navy Seals mod, I tried to make it feel more like a different theme, like Navy Seals.
yeah,
So
yeah.
that's why I kind of replaced a lot of the characters, and
I
it
mean,
was pretty fun. I made like different anime AI, like Yeah.
I mean, a total conversion is a pretty huge endeavor in of itself for these old mods. Did you ever feel like overwhelmed when working at this mod? Did you ever like question like, oh, why did I have to start exactly with a total conversion? You know, maybe could have started with something simple, or did you just enjoy the process so much that?
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it so much that I just really loved working on it. The only reason I stopped working on it was because, as I said, I started university and I just didn't have time to keep working on it. But yeah, I really enjoyed it. I just loved the whole process, like of creating the guns and creating the enemies. And yeah, it was really addictive, to be honest. I just yeah, this is my very first experience like creating a game, I would say. So I just kind of fell in love with it, and no, it didn't feel overwhelming, and like I wasn't stressed out at all. It was just I was just having a blast making these games,
Yeah.
making these. Yeah.
Yeah, well, these are still the early days, so you're still a
Yeah, yeah,
young kid
yeah,
full of passion and energy.
yeah, yeah. And like I think at the time I was just finishing high school, so I was probably 17 or 18. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. So,
So
if you're starting university, then that means you were
yeah, yeah.
18,
I was
19 when you
17, 18. Yeah.
when you finished the
Yeah,
mod.
yeah, I was probably 18, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
18. So, what do you remember where you uploaded this mod and your reaction to the reception towards it? Like, did it feel
Um,
inspiring that everybody liked it so much?
yeah, yeah. Yeah, well, there was this website, I think it was called Planet Half-Life. No, so no, not Planet Half-Life. This is before Half-Life. So
Yeah,
there was a website that basically hosted a lot of mods.
like
I
Planet
can't remember the
Half-Life.
name of it. Yeah, it was similar to Planet Half-Life, but um basically I just kind of uploaded the mod there, and yeah, when I started getting people playing it, it started off kind of slow, but eventually it kind of picked up pretty fast because there wasn't many other mods like this, so people kind of they kind of enjoyed it because they like seeing these realistic guns like the MP5, and
Yeah,
like
yeah.
they like seeing that.
It,
It
it,
was one of the very first mods
yeah, it was
that
definitely
have
one
that.
of
Like,
the. It
yeah,
was definitely a unique concept because back then, considering there was only Quake,
Rainbow Six,
Wolfenstein,
yeah,
and yeah, and well,
Rainbow
but
Six, yeah.
but besides Rainbow Six, there wasn't really any other military anti-terrorism operations
Yeah.
game for
Yes.
PC that,
Yes.
especially
Right.
multiplayer, because Rainbow Six, the originals, are all single player.
Yeah. You're right. You're right. This was one of the very first military FPS games
Yeah,
available at the time.
and we can also see here the very evident love for the your favorite MP5,
Number
even
Yeah.
even in these old projects.
My MP5 is probably my favorite gun. I put it in every. I try to put it in every game that I work on. So it
Uh,
pretty much has been. It's definitely my favorite. Uh, yeah, gun probably. Yeah.
yeah. All right. So moving
Yeah.
on to to good old Action Quake 2. So
Oh damn! This mod was fun. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oops. So Action Quake 2. You took part in this project because you liked it and wanted to improve upon their previous mod, Action Quake 1, or were you sort of a founder? Because sometimes I would find conflicting
Yeah.
information.
Okay.
Somewhere, some
Yeah. So
places it would
let me
say, okay, yeah,
so
go
I'll
ahead.
explain. Let me explain this to you. Okay. So basically, what happened was, so I took a break from Navy SEALs, right?
Yeah,
And about a year after that, I wanted to get back into modding.
yeah,
And so I wanted to make Navy SEALs 2. I wanted to make Navy SEALs Quake 2. But when I came back into the Navy SEALs community, I found out that this other guy, this other team, they basically took over the Navy SEALs IP. They put up a website, and they called themselves Navy SEALs Quake 2. And they basically said, no, if you want to make Navy SEALs Quake 2, you have to work for me, and you basically have to, like, basically I'm the leader, and you basically have to do what I do, what I tell you to do. So I was like, well, no, I didn't want to do that. I wanted to make Navy SEALs Quake 2 like my own way. So I gave up on Navy SEALs Quake 2, and I basically I stumbled upon this mod, Action Quake 2, and I liked it. I just said, wow, this game looks really cool. And at the time, I already had created a bunch of these models for Navy SEALs Quake 2. And I approached this mod. I said, "Hey, I really love your mod, but do you guys want me to help out with weapon animations?" Because I felt like they didn't really have very good animations and they didn't have really good weapons. So that's what I offered them. I said, basically, I wanna join your team, and I want to be able to help. I would create weapons for you guys. So I created like the MP5. I created like the sniper rifle. This shotgun I didn't create, but I created a lot of guns for them. So yeah, that's basically how I joined this Action Quake 2 team. So at the time, the team was they had like 4 or 5 guys in it, and they were pretty successful. So this sniper rifle, I created that one. It was this is a SIG SSG 2000 sniper rifle. Yeah, at the time I really loved that rifle. But so yeah, I created like a bunch of these guns for Action Quake 2. Because I really loved the game. I thought it was a lot of fun, and
okay, so you were a part of the team and you made the weapon models for it. You didn't have a hand in any other part of it.
I did create one of the character models for it. Like there was this character model. He basically was a special forces guy. So I created that one. So I didn't create these guys. See, those guys were created by. Actually, those guys they're just like basically the standard Quake 2 models, but they just reskinned them. So I thought they looked kind of cheesy, and I offered to create a military special forces character for them, and you'll see that in some of the video YouTubes. But yeah, so I created like most of the guns for them, and I created like one of the character models. But that's about it. I didn't really do anything else for them. But I didn't do any of the levels. Yeah, I didn't do that. No.
Yeah, okay. Well, you'd be kind of surprised to find that this game, Action Quake 2, still has a very underground, I don't know what to call it, minuscule but dedicated community still kind of playing it. It's also on Steam, but of course it's just called AAQ2 or Action Q2, you know, just removing the Quake name because they can't use it.
Crazy, The weird thing is because they actually this team, I think they made an Action Half-Life as well. So I think that one's kind of an improvement upon this one. So I'm kind of surprised people play this one instead of the. I guess there's a community that like kind of plays both, but yeah, it's kind of interesting. People still play this even though it's still very old, and but you know this game, Action Quake 2, it was the very first game that had like a round-based system where if you died you couldn't respawn. So I kind of borrowed that idea and put it in the Counter-Strike.
Yeah, but still, it's not exactly a tactical FPS considering that people are flying across the map in typical action fashion.
It's way faster. It's way faster. Yeah. And that's one of the things that I wanted to kind of move away. I thought it was a bit too fast. You
really wanted something like Rainbow Six. Yeah, that's a lot more grounded. And of course, when Half-Life came out, that gave you the opportunity. So did you originally first play Half-Life? Were you like really impressed by it and like, I got I got a mod for this game. I can actually make my passion project.
So I played Half-Life, and then I kind of fell in love with just the game. I thought it was a really great engine, and one of the things that I really liked about it is because most of the game took place in like a modern setting. It was like basically kind of like a real life setting. Whereas Quake and Unreal and all that, it was fantasy. It was like sci-fi almost kind of. And so it was hard for me to make a mod because I had to like redo so many graphics. But with Half-Life, I didn't really have to redo a lot because a lot of the guns in Half-Life, they were kind of similar to what I was trying to create with Counter-Strike. So that's why I chose the Half-Life engine, because when I played it, I thought, this is pretty close to what I want to make with Counter-Strike. Because at the time I was really into like counterterrorism. Like I was really into like the GIGN, like GSG9, like the SAS and all those kind of cool things. And so I read a lot about them, and I just wanted to make a game based on that. So basically like Rainbow Six kind of thing. But when I played Half-Life, I felt this was the perfect chance because Half-Life is a game. It's based in real life, and they even have a lot of the weapons that like real life guns have. Like they had an MP5.
Yeah, the SMG
And,
in Half-Life is loosely based on the MP5.
Yep.
I hope 19-year-old Minh Lee was very enthralled to see his favorite weapon represented in Half-Life with a grenade launcher attached.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was. I mean, obviously, I thought it was kind of like it was a perfect opportunity because they had like the Glock, they had like an MP5. I think they had like an M4. No, they didn't.
No,
They had some kind of rifle. I don't know what it was. I can't remember. M4?
there is an M4, but it's just a reskinned MP5 in like Half-Life Opposing Force in one of the expansions.
Oh yeah. Right, yeah, exactly. They didn't have an assault rifle. They just had the MP5.
Yeah.
So, and they had a shotgun. They had the SPAS 12 shotgun.
Yeah. The only automatic was the SMG, and then you have the pistol, a shotgun, and then everything else were kind of like sci-fi alien weapons, and the crossbow, of course, is the other one.
Right, the crossbow. That's right. Yeah. But yeah, it was a cool game because I thought that a lot of the guns were based in reality, and so that was fun.
It was a great basis to start your actual passion project. Now that you can employ the movement that you wanted, the more realistic movement that you wanted.
Yeah, that too. But I think most of it was because the game was a lot of the graphics in Half-Life. They were kind of modern settings. So like a lot of the very first levels that we made for Counter-Strike, they actually used a lot of the Half-Life assets. So we didn't have to create a lot of nukes. Like we didn't have to create a lot of textures or those kind of things. They actually already had a lot of props that we could kind of borrow.
Yeah.
For the very first.
Yeah. A lot of the textures and props in the original CS are just straight up from Half-Life.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like the very first betas. Yeah.
Yeah.
But this one DE Dust. I remember the guy who made DE Dust. He was inspired by some screenshots from Team Fortress 2.
Yeah.
And so that's kind of why he based it in that kind of that setting.
Yeah, because back then, Valve was sort of working with the Team Fortress team to make a sequel, and it was going to be called TF2 Brotherhood of Arms, and it was going to be on the Gold Source engine, and there were some screenshots, and one of them kind of looked like...
it looked a lot like DE Dust,
Yeah.
Exactly. And this brings back memories. This is probably beta 4 or beta 5.
You're close. It's beta 6.1. It's a little bit more stable.
Okay, yeah.
You can see the models are a little bit more rendered.
Yeah. I recognize the player models. See, I created these player models, but I think after beta 7, Valve they created player models and they replaced my player models.
Yeah, but theirs are
up until beta 7.
But theirs are kind of loosely based on yours. You can see here the lead crew. He's just kind of like
the lead crew.
He's still sort of the same.
Yeah. So basically, they were basically based on the same, but they just kind of updated the textures and they kind of made it look a bit better for sure. Yeah. But the weapon models they kind of kept mine. They didn't really change the weapon models. Yeah.
Yeah, they're more so.
Those are still
better quality.
Those are still my animations.
Yeah.
Oh, this map! God, I remember this map. This map was crazy. There was like this train. I think this train would I think we had a moving train on this map. Yeah, it was crazy, man. Yeah, it was like that train. Yeah, that's right. I remember this map. This map was fucking nuts. So that moving train, and you can actually jump on the train and basically kind of ride it around the map. And
there were two trains riding in different directions. It was just called Railroad.
Yeah, Railroad. But was it a hostage rescue or I forgot what this was?
No. It's bomb planted. Yeah, it came out in beta.
Okay.
Beta 5, I think. I mean, if you really want a nostalgia trip, I do have I do have all the CS betas, but we don't have a server for that right now. But
that's cool.
Yeah. But
no, this is a mansion. Yeah, obviously, fucking crazy. I love.
Anyway, we could probably sit here all day, but we don't have all day because you're just gonna be exhausted and your throat is gonna be sore from talking all day. I wouldn't mind turning on the CS beta and just going back in time with you.
But I remember this. This is beta 1.
Yeah, maybe we could do it. No, it's still beta 6. It's not that janky.
Yeah, for sure.
Because we did events, we've done events on the beta versions of CS. Well, setting up a server is still possible, and there are a few niche communities that still, like, every Saturday. There's this one community that every Saturday they play CS beta 6.5 because it's the most stable beta. The earlier ones I've kind of tried them by myself, and for recording video footage, and the first beta, it still works. The groundwork is there, but yeah, it's very janky, and setting up a server is probably going to be a nightmare. Anyway,
and I remember the shotgun was broken. Yeah, the shotgun, you can kill someone from like across the map using the shotgun. It was so unbalanced.
Oh yeah, because I think like weapon fall off and damage wasn't really a thing.
Yeah. It was the weapons were really unbalanced in beta 1 for sure.
But were the animations of the models by you too, not just the texture?
Yeah. I created all the animations, all the character models. What did I use? I think I used 3D Studios Max. Yeah.
Yeah. Very
I think
version.
Yeah, it was one of the earlier versions of 3D Studios Max. So I created them, and I created the animations in Max. Yeah. But it was still much better than using the tools that I use for Navy SEALs. It was way more polished for sure. Yeah. But I remember that the op, that crosshair. Yeah, that's crazy.
Well, but perhaps if you're interested, we could do it as like a maybe separate thing where we go down memory lane. we could start from the first beta and then up to release CS and dive into the nitty gritty. But for today, we have something. We got a lot more to talk about. So I have been always curious to ask you, from your passion and interests with military, counterterrorism operations and all that, were you always interested from a gamer perspective for games, or did you ever have like some vague interest in actually joining the military? Maybe not as a soldier, but let's say you're like a gunsmith, since you also like weapons a lot.
I always had that. I always had a love for like military. It was probably because I watched a lot of movies. I watched a lot of Rambo and all these types of movies, like Heat. I watched Heat and all that stuff. So I was influenced by movies mostly. I never really had the passion to join the police or anything, because I was kind of like a skinny kid. I was kind of scrawny, and I kind of knew that I wasn't really going to be a good police officer. I just kind of I just enjoyed the theme of it because I watched a lot of movies, and also I played a lot of games like Rainbow Six and Ghost Recon. Ghost Recon was pretty popular back then. I remember playing a lot of Ghost Recon. But yeah, it was mostly just from movies actually. Watching tons of movies, and
So did you basically equate to like the nerd kid at school who just likes video games and movies?
Yeah, I was pretty much like that. I was just kind of like I had a group of friends, and we kind of love. We love playing certain games, and military games was definitely one of them. I would play like Rainbow Six with them. So yeah, it was mostly I was kind of like I wouldn't say antisocial, but I was like just kind of like one of those kids that played like video games more than like I didn't really do sports or anything.
You had specific interests that really didn't align with the majority at school.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I guess you can say that. I mean, we had our own clique. Like I had a group of like six or seven friends, and we would play tons of games, like Dungeons and Dragons, like mostly in the arcade games. Because in the arcade they had a Dungeons and Dragons where you can play with 4 players. That was a lot of fun.
Oh, I know those, like they were like beat 'em ups. Dungeons and Dragons beat 'em ups.
So you can play 4 players, and you would just like and then you can throw potions and stuff. Yeah, and it was like side scrolling, and it was cool. It was kind of like Golden Axe, but you can play with 4 players.
Yeah.
So that was a lot of fun. Yeah.
Yeah, I've played those. That was awesome.
CS Office.
Yeah. It was like.
Is this Office? Is it CS Office?
Yeah.
It looks like it's
Yeah, it's CS Office, but it's just a slightly earlier version. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't recognize the textures. I guess it's so old that it's been a while, but yeah, it's Yeah, I remember when this was first released. I really loved this map because I really enjoyed the close quarters maps more than the larger open maps. I like the MP5, so I like running and gunning. So these smaller maps that were better for the MP5. Yeah.
Yeah, they make sense. But yeah, but about D&D, since I've also played some of them, there were a lot of like D&D beat 'em ups. There was like Tower of
Yep.
Doom is one of them.
Yep.
Another
Yeah.
one is,
Yeah. I played them all. Yeah.
yeah, Shadow
And
over Mistara.
yes.
Like, and they were
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
cool because they were not just like your regular beat 'em up or just go around. You
No.
press punch twice on a guy, he dies, then you had like special
And
moves and
potion.
even spells
Yeah.
and potions. Yeah, they were
Yeah.
pretty
Yeah.
involved. Like they were awesome beat 'em
Yeah.
ups.
Yeah. So I played that a lot with
Yeah.
my friends.
I was
We
just
love playing co-op.
I was just also kind of reminiscing because I didn't I kind of grew up with arcades, but I kind of as a teenager I kind of had this phase where I would install an arcade emulator, and I just went through
Emulators.
a lot of arcade games. Yeah, I played a ton of them, and I loved the beat 'em ups. Like if you know, Cadillacs and Dinosaurs is one that I really liked.
Yeah, kind of rings a bell. I didn't play it too much, but I've seen that one. But yeah, I played a lot of beat 'em ups in the arcade.
Yeah,
Double Dragon, I played all the Double Dragons.
Yeah. Capcom was really good at beat 'em ups. They were king. Like the D&Ds are by Capcom.
Yeah,
Like they were at
D&D, yeah,
peak, and
Capcom.
Konami too.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Did you go to internet cafes besides arcades?
Actually, they weren't so popular where I grew up. So I'm from Vancouver, and we didn't have too many internet cafes. It's not like in Asia where they had tons.
Yeah.
So in Vancouver, we probably didn't have as many. And so back then, I would just play at home. So when I was making Counter-Strike, there wasn't any internet cafes. Internet cafes started becoming popular in probably 2002 or something.
Yeah.
And so at the time, I was kind of like at the later stages of Counter-Strike.
I mean,
and yeah.
In a post Counter-Strike, Quake 3 and Unreal Tournament world where multiplayer was a more focal point when it comes to PC video games, that kind of makes sense why internet cafes really started picking up after that.
Yeah, for sure. They started blowing up after Counter-Strike. So, but yeah, I never really, I never actually played in an internet cafe. Probably just like once in my
OMG, it's
life.
him. Love to hear all the history right from the Goose's mouth.
Thank you for the donations. I actually should have muted them. Sorry
the
about the
history
noise.
right from the Goose's
No
mouth.
worries.
From a 24 vet, thanks for
Thank you,
all
thank
the
you.
memories.
Cool.
Thank you. Thanks for the donos.
Yeah.
I will
Yeah.
redirect those to charity for Chow's server hosting because he's also doing a lot. Anyway, moving on with I have a few questions more about the CS beta. I know this video is kind of looping. I should have prepared a longer video, but it is what it is. So I wanted to ask a few things about the CS beta. Some people sometimes also confuse like who actually created CS, and of course if you look it up it's obvious then you were the programmer and Jess Cliff was managing the community side of things, and he's also cited as a co-creator, but with him not having a direct hand at the development, would you say that he contributed enough to be called a co-creator? Like did both of you work together equally as a team?
Well, we each had our own roles. So I was mostly focused on basically programming, like the animation, creating the characters and the weapons. And so he was focused on like the community, like community engagement. Like he
website.
basically managed all of the level designers.
Yeah.
So basically everybody that created the levels for the game, he would actually like review them. And basically, he would actually sometimes work closely with the level designers as well to kind of like give some suggestions on how to improve the level. So basically, we each had our own roles, and I think it's fair to say that he was heavily involved with it because at the time it was really just me and him that were basically, and also the level designers. So yeah, I mean, I think it's fair to say that he was the co-creator because he was the very first person to approach me. Because when I first made Counter-Strike, I created like this website and I put it on the internet, and he was the very first one to see that website. And basically, he basically approached me and said, "Hey, I really like this idea, and I want to help out because at the time he had a lot of experience working with level designers, because he used to have this website that would host a lot of they would basically host a lot of levels for Action Quake. So basically, people would submit levels to his website, and then he would basically kind of like review them and kind of just basically kind of like put the best levels up there, and then basically, so he had a lot of connections with level designers, and so he was able to work closely with all of the level designers and basically just kind of like coordinate like with them and to basically kind of tell them, okay, this is what we need for Counter-Strike. So like, for example, when we first came up with the idea of bomb diffuser, basically he would tell them, okay, this is how the bomb diffuser works. You need to place like the bomb here, and these are the entities that you. So basically, he was kind of like the middleman between myself and all the level designers.
Yeah, and kind of acting as a project manager.
Yeah. I think that's a good way to describe it. He was basically kind of like managing like a lot of the other like the stuff that I didn't really have time to focus on, like public relations, like stuff like dealing like with websites, because we had to like host the game on all of these websites, and so he had to like upload it to them, and basically he had to talk to the web, like a lot of the website owners, and to basically tell them, hey, we made this new game, this is the game, and basically kind of like explain to them what kind of game this was, and he just handled all of that stuff, like public relations management was really important, because without that, I think the community would have a hard time kind of like just dealing with me, because I was too busy. So I was just like,
I mean, when you put it like that, it does sound like he did contribute a lot to the project. And
I
it
think
probably wouldn't have been the same without him.
Yeah. For sure, yeah, and I really enjoyed working with him. He gave me a lot of feedback on a lot of the game like stuff. Like when I added certain features, he would kind of say, this one doesn't feel so right, and then we would kind of like discuss it, and so he was kind of like a good sounding board for me to kind of just kind of get some feedback from, before we actually beta tested the games. So, but yeah, I would say he was a very big part of the game's success, for sure.
By the way, can you hear my the display share? Because I don't know if sharing the display through Discord it also shares audio, or can you only just see?
I can hear a bit of the game. Like I can sort of hear a bit of the Counter-Strike, but it's very low.
I have it very low intentionally, so it doesn't interfere with our audio.
Oh yeah. Okay. No, it's cool. I can still hear a little bit, but it's fine. It doesn't bother me.
So another thing I wanted to ask, and for this I'm going to bring up a sort of infamous screenshot that's been thrown around the internet, and it's this. Now it is said that you came up with Counter-Strike, the name of the game, on an IRC chat with Cliffe.
Cliffy.
And is this screenshot real?
Yeah, that's real. Yeah,
it's real.
For sure. I remember that conversation. So I think what happened was, so basically we were kind of we were throwing names around, and I'm not sure if he brought up Counter-Strike or if I brought up Counter-Strike, but I don't know who brought it up originally, but I kind of brought up a few ideas. So I think one of them was counter-terrorist forces, and then basically this screenshot was basically how we settled on Counter-Strike. But I honestly don't remember who came up with the name,
because some
originally.
Recent information suggests that you came up with it from the French-Canadian TV show also called Counter-Strike from the late 80s.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. That probably makes sense, because then I was probably the one, because that name, I remember watching that TV series, and I thought the name sounded kind of cool. So I might have been the one to suggest it then. So yeah, then okay. I think what I said was, oh, what do you think about these two names? And then he basically thought Counter-Strike sounded cool. Because of that, but I do remember basing it on that TV series, because I remember watching that series, and I just thinking that was a cool name. Yeah,
that makes sense, because in that case you suggested it to him, but Counter-Strike the name was also just derived from the TV show itself.
Yeah, I'm
Thanks
pretty
for
sure
setting
that's
up
where I
this
got
interview,
it from.
Dizolence, and for agreeing to this
Thanks for
memo.
setting up
We
this
love you
interview.
for your
Yes,
work
thank
on
you.
C.
Thank you for
Agreeing to this
showing up and
tactical
listening. Oh God, I should
intervention.
have
Love
muted
for
this.
your work on
Oh, no, that's
C's,
cool.
tactical intervention, and Rust.
I should have muted this, but I forgot.
Okay.
So we're just gonna
No
have
worries. Don't worry
to
about
deal
it.
with
It's
it,
okay.
and
Yeah.
it's gonna be too much of a hassle to patch it up. Anyway, that's pretty cool. So another thing I wanted to ask about the CS beta, or just CS overall during these development stages, was there a concrete idea you had of what you wanted CS to be back then, or is its development kind of and evolution based on community feedback? Because I look at the beta, and like I've told you, we've played it and we've played it on multiplayer, and there's so much it experiments with. It has all of these weird things about it. It seems like there were some more objective focused concepts, but eventually it did evolve into just more so about the shooting rather than the map objectives.
So yeah, well, okay. So to answer your question, a lot of the ideas I basically kind of like I took them from basically reading what counter-terrorists did in real life. So for example, like the assassination, VIP escort, hostage rescue, prison escape, those kind of things. I read them from like websites, and I thought I tried to make them into the game, but as we were playtesting them in the betas, we kind of realized some of these game modes weren't as fun as they sounded on paper.
Yeah.
But yeah, a lot of those ideas they came from me, from reading websites, from just reading about counter-terrorists and how they operated. So when I came up with the assassination mode, I basically I read about counter-terrorists. I know that there's certain missions they have to escort high VIPs. And so I wanted to make a mission based on that. So I just felt like, okay, so let's start the counter-terrorists like that. It's a pretty simple game mode, Actually, I was also inspired by I think Team Fortress. At the time, they also had a VIP game mode as well. So I kind of took their game mode, and I kind of copied it, and I just felt like I just made it into Counter-Strike mode, and it's pretty much the same as the same game mode in Team Fortress. Like you start with a VIP, and I remember I gave the VIP I remember the very first time we created that game mode. I gave the VIP like an MP5, and he was so powerful because I gave him an MP5 and he had twice as much armor, and so he would go around killing the terrorists. And then eventually we realized, okay, shit, this guy's OP. So we had to tone it down. And I think we settled on giving him. I think I just ended up giving him a pistol, right? I think I just gave him a
USP
pistol
with one magazine.
Yeah, that's right. So we had to settle on that. But yeah, initially he was super OP. Like he was running around killing the terrorists so easily. So yeah, we basically kind of we toned it down a bit. And I think at one point we even considered giving him no weapons, but then that was super unbalanced. So we just settled on a USP. But that game was fun. I mean, there were some great maps that came out of it, but unfortunately, the community didn't really enjoy it because it was not super balanced. It was too unbalanced for the counter-terrorists. I think most of the time the terrorists would win that map. Yeah. This is Oil Rig. Oh man, this is I think this is the very first VIP map, Oil Rig. This is an awesome map. That was awesome.
Well, from what I remember, it was one of the first, but it was also the only popular one and the only surviving one. So Assassination wasn't exactly axed for some reason. It only remained with a singular map called Oil Rig.
Yeah, Oil Rig. Shit. Okay, yeah, this was the most popular. I do remember the very first one. The very first one was, I forgot the name of it, but
Tundra.
You had the escort. Yeah, maybe that was one. Oh no, that wasn't the first one, but that was one of them. It was like an ice level. That was pretty cool too.
Yeah,
but Oil Rig was popular. Yeah.
Yeah, Tundra was very popular, but unfortunately, it didn't make the cut.
Yeah, I thought this was in one of our betas. I could have swore that we included this in one of the betas, but
it was included in the betas.
Yeah, it was in the betas, but it wasn't included in the official 1.1.0. I don't think. Yeah.
No. But I think in beta 6.5 or beta 7, most of the assassination maps were removed. I might be wrong on that. There might have been 3 just oil rig, tundra, and the other.
There was one that was one in the jungle. There was one that was in the jungle.
AS Forest, I think it was just called.
Yeah, AS Forest. Yeah, that one was pretty cool. It had like a jungle, and I remember that one. That was.
I actually really liked AS High Rise, where he like on the top floor and he got to escort to the roof.
That's the one. Yes, that's the one that I'm remembering the most. You had to escort the VIP through these buildings, and then the last stage was you on the top of the roof.
Yeah, there it is.
That was High Rise. This one was cool too. But this one I remember. This one. This was cool.
I thought this one had a really cool concept, but unfortunately, like because you had to climb ropes to get on the top. Well, there are staircases, but you had to climb ropes. But unfortunately, it just led to the terrorists camping the ropes. So you just
yeah. This one was too easy for the terrorists, but I remember this one really well. This was fun. Damn, this brings back memories, man. Those textures were huge.
Yeah, unfortunately, High Rise and Forest, I think, were removed in Beta 5, and that's when only Tundra, Oil Rig, and I think High Rise, maybe these 3 only remained until after release.
I remember that.
Only Oil Rig was left. Yeah, here they are. Here's the ropes. It just
I remember that.
All the terrorists would be up there waiting for for everyone to push.
Do you ever wonder what that word Pop Dog, that sign Pop Dog, do you know where that's from? Pop Dog?
You're the company that you worked for. I know my
Barking
lore.
Dog.
Yeah, Barking Dog Studios.
Barking Dog.
Yeah, well,
Barking Dog Studios. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll get to that too.
So they made Beta 5.
Yeah. Since this is kind of from Beta 5, this is where Barking Dog Studios started getting involved.
Yeah.
So I wanted to ask, because it's relatively unknown, but do you have any memory of like where did bomb diffuser come from? You said it come from just researching military operations and all of that, but how was the concept put into place in the game with like, oh, we need to have 2 bomb sites and only one of the terrorists can have the bomb and all that? Do you remember any sort of...
Yeah, I remember. So basically, I got the idea from just reading about like terrorist bombings, because at the time, there was a lot of car bombings, right? So basically, terrorists, they would plant bombs in cars and then they would just kind of blow them up. And I thought it would be cool to make a game mode based on that. So I think originally when we came up with the mode, I think I had more than 2 bomb sites. Like we had like 3 bomb sites. But we settled on 2 because we realized this was probably the best for balance. Because having 3 was just so hard for the counter-terrorists.
Are you talking about during the production staging builds of the beta, or do you mean like any map in particular?
No, I don't think we actually released any maps with 3.
There's
but
one.
During the production stages, there might have been one that was officially released, but eventually it quickly became apparent that we had to limit it to 2 bomb sites. But when we were coming up with the idea, we tried to kind of come up with how many sites there should be. So I think we kind of experimented with 3 at one point. But the concept was pretty simple. It was like we kind of knew the terrorists had to have the bomb, obviously, right?
Yeah.
Right? So we knew, okay, we're gonna give the terrorists the bomb. And we knew that we wanted to have him go to somewhere in the map, and he had to just place it somewhere. Yeah. And basically it was a pretty simple concept, to be honest. It was like, was I inspired by anything else? I mean, maybe capture the flag. No, but I think, it's to be honest, the idea basically just came from just reading about how. I was just reading about car bombings, how terrorists would just they would just go hide bombs in cars and just kind of set them off.
And were you surprised how balanced it actually turned out to be and how popular?
I guess I was. I wasn't expecting it to be like the standard Counter-Strike game mode, because actually when I first came up with Counter-Strike, I thought it would be like a game about hostage rescue, mostly. Because that's basically what they do most of the time. Yeah. But when the bomb diffuser mode was released, it quickly became apparent that this was the most balanced mode, and eventually the community, they just started making maps for this mode because of how popular it was, and just and eventually it just kind of it became the standard Counter-Strike mode after that. It was just
Eventually, you
but I
started
still,
leaning on
yeah,
it because it was so
yeah.
popular.
Yeah, and mostly because it started becoming there started becoming more pro tournaments, like pro leagues.
Yeah.
Because at the time, when we first made Counter Strike, there was nobody playing the game like professionally or like in esports environment. It wasn't until like we introduced the bomb diffuser. That's when that's when professional leagues started forming, and people were playing the game on a kind of like a competitive level.
Mhm.
So I think that's when the bomb diffuser mode started becoming much more popular. Oh, F option. Oh God, I remember that.
This is this is the map
Oh,
that
dude, I remember
had
this map.
3 bomb sites. This is the only official map.
It was based on like Fallout, because the guy that's made this game, he was a big fan of Fallout. So he based the map based on the Fallout, because in Fallout they had these vaults, right?
Yeah.
And so
Oh.
you'll notice that in part of the map, he had these vaults there. I remember the guy that made this. His name is Poor Uric.
Yeah.
He's a really good mapper. He made a bunch of maps for us. But yes, he made this map F option. Yeah, this is cool. I can't.
Yeah,
now
yeah.
I remember this map.
John,
this is super cool.
John Atea, Poor Uric.
John Atea. Yeah, that's his name.
Yeah,
Poor Uric. He made a bunch of maps for us.
He actually had a beta version of option called Zoption, which is even jankier than this. I don't remember if it had 3 bomb sites, but yeah, but Option is crazy. It's very huge and expensive. There's a lot of corridors and moving elevators that'll kill you when they touch you. Just typical Gold Source buggy stuff.
Yeah. But yeah, this was probably the very first bomb map, I think. Yeah, God, this brings back memories. I remember this one very well.
In the general scheme, it's not exactly known which one is the first, because when you release betas, you release them in clumps of maps. So
yeah, right, exactly.
People very often speculate which was exactly the first ever CS map, but in reality, the first beta of CS released with Weapon Depot, Mansion, and
yes.
2 more I forgot, which I'm not an expert, but
it took place in a prison. Like I think there was it wasn't like anyways, I forgot the name of it.
Yeah,
it was.
We'll check him out. We'll check him out someday. Anyway.
Anyways.
Yeah.
This was the option.
Yeah. Is there anything?
There was another. Yeah. There's another map that kind of reminds me. Prodigy. This kind of reminds me of Prodigy. DE Prodigy. That was an awesome map. Yeah. DE Prodigy.
Yeah, Prodigy was actually a little bit pop. Oh, by the way, thank you, Silver Soldier, for all this CS beta footage. Thank you very much. Nice. I see you in chat. Anyway, yes, here is good old Prodigy. This was a very popular map.
Fuck. Dude, I love this map because it was tight. It had these insane firefights in a lot of these hallways. They had like really tight firefights. So I love maps that have like really areas where there's like tons of firefights. Like right here, that area, there was like so much fighting going on. That was crazy.
You instantly meet with the enemy team and you start shooting at each other.
Yeah. This is a cool map.
Yeah.
I forgot who made this map. DE Prodigy.
It was actually a guy called Hobbit, Alexander Manilov, the
Hobbit,
guy
yes,
who made Office 2.
Yeah, Siege. He also made Siege. Wait.
That's Justin. Siege is by Justin DeJong.
Yeah. Justin DeJong. Sorry, yeah. Oh, yeah. That guy made great maps. He made Siege. He made CS Docks.
Yeah. People have fond memories of CS Siege and Prodigy. Interestingly, Prodigy was actually played in the professional scene very early on in like the year 2000, right when CS came out.
Yeah.
Because before
it was pretty balanced. I think it was a pretty balanced map, to be honest.
Yeah, it was balanced.
It was pretty balanced. Yeah.
Yeah, it was overall balanced, but I think one of the bomb sites that's inside in one of the offices like very difficult to get to, and there's a lot of unfair wall bangs, so I think that's why it kind of fell off. But initially it was popular because at first when the esports scene is still forming and you don't really have a standard and there wasn't like a map list of like which are the best maps to play, so there were like pro matches on At Stake, on Prodigy, but these 2 maps eventually fell off in favor of Nuke Train, Inferno, and Dust 2 when Dust 2 came out.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, so
I remember these player models too. This is like the very first time I introduced the SAS player model. And
Yeah,
one of the very first betas.
Yeah, I think this is still beta 6.1. Yeah, I think it's in the title.
I remember when I first introduced the SAS, people were making fun of it because he looked kind of like Ant-Man. It was funny. He didn't look very cool. They said he looked like an ant or something, or like an ant eater or something like that. Or anyways.
Yeah, I remember in one of your interviews, actually one of your
that's the model.
Live presentations where you showed off some very early screenshots of the lead crew, and you said like people really made fun of him for looking weird.
That was the most funniest moment. Yeah, so basically what happens when I first introduced Lead Crew, when I first made him, he had like these pajamas, right?
Yeah.
And then I was so excited. I said, "Hey, Cliffy, post this picture on our website. Show people that what the Lead Crew is gonna look like." And people were like laughing. They were like, "What the fuck, man? That guy looks like Luke Skywalker." No, you probably won't see him. I'll send you a picture of him because people were saying that guy looks like Luke Skywalker. Actually, scroll down. I think you just saw them.
Well,
I think you just saw it. Yeah. If you scroll down a bit, scroll down more.
You think you saw him somewhere?
I thought I saw him. Shit. No. Anyways.
There it is.
That's the one. So I posted that image. Like Cliffy posted it on our website, and people just laughed. They were like, "What the fuck is that?" They were just making fun of it so much. They were saying he looked like Luke Skywalker, right? Because he does. He kind of looks like Luke Skywalker from Return of the Jedi. And at the time, I didn't know that, right? I wasn't trying to make him look like Luke Skywalker. I just thought I had this idea that I don't know, it probably sounds racist, but at the time I was seeing a lot of these images of terrorists, and they kind of dressed kind of like poorly, and so I thought, hey man, one of these terrorists, they were wearing these like really these ugly looking pajamas, or they look like rags. So basically, I kind of based it off of that. But then when people saw that, they were making fun of it, and they were like, okay, fine. They made me change the look of it. So eventually we settled on what he would eventually look like, which
more
was
green,
kind of
and
like,
but the pants are still beige, but with the green shirts and
with the green shirt, yeah. But he definitely didn't look like Luke Skywalker anymore. He just looked like some generic dude, yeah.
And that probably felt awful that you were so proud of your work, and then everyone ends up laughing at it.
Yeah, it was. I remember it was. I was kind of like. I guess I was a bit shocked because I thought it looked cool. Because I thought, man, people are gonna love this, and then I posted it, and then I think like it was like 90% of the people that saw it thought it looked stupid, right? So I was a bit depressed, but then eventually we changed it. I kind of came up with something that was a little less like stupid looking, I guess. But anyway, that was probably the biggest controversy that we had with the counter-terrorist models. Like the other models, they were pretty well received. Like when I first introduced like the Phoenix, not Phoenix, the Arctic Avengers, like they were wearing this white kind of like snow jacket, and I think when I first introduced it, people thought it looked pretty cool, and yeah, I was kind of happy about that. Yeah. Do you know that? Do you know what I base some of these guys on? Like, see that guy, Phoenix Faction.
Yeah,
he was actually based on the. Yeah, he was actually based on the IRA. The northern the IRA in Northern Ireland. They had there were some terrorists back then, and so I did a lot of research on them, and I think one of the images that I saw, he kind of looked like they were wearing like these camouflage pants, and so I based Phoenix Faction on the IRA, the Northern the Irish Republican Army. Yeah.
Oops,
I never really. Yeah, I didn't really want to use like the real terrorist names because obviously I don't want to associate with that. So basically, yeah. So Lead Crew and then Arctic Avengers. Yeah. So you sort of see them right there.
Yeah.
So Lead Crew, Arctic Avengers. There's no Phoenix Faction in there. Oh no, Phoenix Faction.
No,
he's on the right.
there.
He's on the right. There he is. Yeah, he's right there. Yeah. So and then that guy over there. I think he was called Guerrilla Warfare.
Yeah.
So he was based on. The interesting thing about him is actually he was based on this image that I saw
He's a lot
it was
like
of
Rambo-ish.
yeah. But the thing is, he wasn't based on Rambo-ish. He was based on this image that I saw from the webs on the internet, and it was from it was from this terrorist group from I think it was from Iraq or something, but it was more of like a Mideastern thing. But people thought he looked kind of like Rambo, and so they associated it with a South American like Mexican cartel group. So they thought he was based on like some kind of South American cartel, and so they eventually just called him like guerrilla warfare, and so that's kind of what we called it for that one. But yeah, that's kind of like the origin stories behind them. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And what was the Arctic Avenger based on?
Oh, so he was based on. I saw this image of these of this. I don't think they were terrorists. They were probably just counter terrorists. But they were like they were training in the cold weather. So I think they were like Norwegian special forces, and they were wearing this really cool like white like camouflage uniform, and I thought, wow, that looks kind of cool. So I just thought that I would make him a terrorist because we had this kind of like this strict color palette. So we thought the counter terrorists, they had to be mostly dark, and then the terrorists they can be like bright colors.
Yeah.
So that way the players can kind of tell them apart.
I remember in one of your interviews you said that in the very early betas you got criticism for the player models looking very same-ish.
Yeah.
So you
beta
had to
1.
update it.
Beta 1.
Yeah, in the first beta.
Beta 1, in beta 1, everybody was killing, like team killing, because they didn't know who was the bad guy. So it was so funny. We were just like, we're doing so much team killing. So it was, so I eventually, we quickly settled upon the color palette of like having the counter terrorists be black, and then the terrorists, they would be like more whiter, kind of like lighter colors.
Yeah, for the people, this is what the CT model looked like.
That's the very first counter-terrorist model, yeah.
Yeah, and this is also one of the very first screenshots.
Yeah.
Man,
it was blocky.
Yeah, because this may be even like pre-alpha because the UI is still Half-Life.
Yeah, that's Half-Life.
Yeah, it's still Half-Life.
That was the very first. Yeah, this was before Beta 1. This was like, this was like a pre-alpha version of it, and basically I was using a lot of Half-Life assets. Yeah. In fact, I think that character model is the Gordon Freeman model. I think what I did was I reskinned the Gordon Freeman model. Yeah, it looks similar. I think I just replaced the head, but I think the body, it looks like I just.
Yeah, I mean the pose looks almost certainly the same as Gordon Freeman holding a shotgun.
Yeah, exactly. It's the Gordon Freeman model. So basically, that's what it was. Yeah.
I mean, for a pre-alpha, what could you expect?
Yeah, for sure.
It makes sense. Anyway, so I also wanted to ask you, is there anything during the beta days that you wish you could have done but you didn't get to do? Do you remember anything?
Well, we tried like implementing vehicles. I spent a lot of time. I spent like months like just trying to get the vehicles to work properly, but eventually I gave up.
We'll get to that too.
We also tried to do shields at one point. I remember in one beta we introduced shields, but I think we quickly took them away because they were unbalanced. So there was some stuff, some crazy shit that we tried to experiment with.
Yeah.
I did want to add dogs at one point, but I just never really had time to kind of implement that.
Oh, just like you did in TI eventually.
TI, yeah. So basically, everything that I did in TI was basically stuff that I couldn't really get right in Counter-Strike. But yeah.
Well, there you have it, everybody. From the man himself, everything he didn't get to do in CS, he did
in TI.
In TI, yeah. Because you also said it's at some point that after the success of CS, everything was kind of really set in stone. So there was not really any room to really experiment with the formula because people really liked it the way it was. So you could only like just improve upon it.
This is a good map. Back Alley, yeah. I remember this map, Back Alley. It was made at Barking Dog. When I was working with the Barking Dog team. When we made Beta 5, so Barking Dog Studios, they would make these two maps. So CS Back Alley and DE Train. Yeah. So those were the two maps that Barking Dog made for Counter-Strike Beta 5. And DE Train became really popular. CS Back Alley was also pretty popular. It was a lot of fun. I think people enjoyed it. Yeah.
But I can't see my mouse.
Yeah.
For some reason, I can't see my mouse. I launched CS, guys, and I can't see my my mouse
Okay.
because
I can see it there.
yeah, because I think it's time to just finally launch the game. And as you guys can see, the IP up above, you can wait. Why can't I can't? I still can't see my mouse. You can see my screen,
Hmm.
but okay, whatever.
Huh. Weird. Yeah.
This
Maybe
makes it.
you to
Oh,
do.
I can see my mouse on my OBS, but I can't see it in game.
Oh. Oh, that's
Okay.
weird. Yeah.
Anyway,
Okay. Anyways,
yeah. After
CS
Valve,
back alley.
yeah, I wanted to find a CS back alley, so because I think it's time to just actually show. I have like a shit ton of maps because I have for various reasons
Yeah. But
installed.
back alley was a lot of fun. I enjoyed back alley a lot. Yeah. It was
Yeah.
it was a really nice looking map too. I mean, it was one of the for the time it was one of the nice looking maps because I remember they created a lot of like new textures. Like these weren't just Half-Life textures. These
Yeah,
were
yeah.
like
No, these are
textures that
definitely
we
custom, and so
created.
is
Yeah.
and so is
Yeah.
this skybox
Skybox.
too.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, this was one of the very
So
early popular ones. Because I think people initially just liked the verticality of this map, but also there's this Easter egg where when you approach this pop dog sign, there's a dog barking sound effect. Yeah,
oh, I remember that. Yeah, that's right. They added that.
yeah. Can you hear the game, by the way?
Yeah, I can hear a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah.
now if I approach the sign,
Yeah. Dude, is that an original knife from Beta 5?
no, this is just 1.6.
No. Oh, this is a 1.6 knife. Yeah,
Yeah.
because I don't recognize that knife. I think in Beta 5, I remember the knife was like the
No,
it was a Navy SEAL knife. Yeah. It was called the
in beta. It was
Yeah.
completely different what we saw used to, and then in
Yeah.
after release, it was a different one, and then for 1.6 they updated it to this,
Yeah.
which became kind of the most iconic knife.
standard knife. Yeah, the iconic knife. Yeah.
Yeah, I still have zero idea why I cannot see my mouse in the game, but at least I can see it in OBS. Anyway, I wanted to ask now, after Valve approached you and collaboration began and the rights were sold, did you still lead the project or were you just kind of part of the team at that point?
No, actually, I was still the leader. So Valve approached me in Beta 5. So
Yeah.
I was still working. I was actually working at Barking Dog Studios. I was making a game for them. But when they approached me, they basically told me, okay, we want to buy the rights, but you can still be the leader of Counter-Strike. You can still make Counter-Strike the same way you made it up to up until then. So nothing changed. Actually, I was still doing the same thing that I was doing before, except this time they were paying me to make it. And but they also so after Beta 5, we stopped working with Barking Dog Studios, and so Beta 6 was made by well, it was still made by me and also the community and everyone else. But there was a few people from Valve that actually started to help out in the development. And I think what they did was I can't remember actually what they did. But they did a few things. I think they kind of upgraded some textures, but it was still up until Beta 7. I think I was mostly in charge of the development. After Beta 7, like when Counter-Strike became 1.0, that's when Valve kind of took over, and I didn't really have much to do with Counter-Strike. Yeah.
But
So
you still had
it was
that,
up until Beta 7.
Yeah, but up until then, you still had autonomy
Creative.
and creative freedom over the project.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I was still adding like stupid new features and like I think even those vehicles, like when we added the vehicles, that was completely my idea. It was not Valve's. Like Valve never they never really told me to do that. It was just something that I wanted to add. I think we added the vehicles around Beta 7 or something.
In Beta 7, there was an experimental map called Jeepathon 2K, which is for testing vehicles.
Beta 7.
I don't think I have it installed, but
it was a fucked up map. It's completely buggy. But that was fun. I mean, and also somebody redid CS Siege to have an APC. So that was also one of the very first vehicle maps. It was buggy as hell though. I remember having so much fun in that map.
Yeah,
But
yeah. Well, interestingly, despite the bugginess of the Funk vehicle entity, which is what drives the
Yeah.
is what makes vehicles drivable,
Yeah.
there was and still kind of is a small community revolving around fun maps and killing each other with vehicles, despite how buggy they are. I guess people just really, for some reason, appreciate that aspect, and it is fun. We've also played with it a lot on our own time.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so there's a story from back in the day that you went to a shooting range to test weapons IRL. Is that true? And did it give you any ideas for the game?
Oh yeah. I think yes. It was back when I was working at Barking Dog Studios. So at Barking Dog Studios, we wanted to record sound effects for the guns. So they wanted to create basically just record like the firing and just like all the reload sounds. And so we went to a gun range nearby, and I just was able to shoot a lot of guns with the team at Barking Dog. Yeah. But yeah, definitely. In fact, I have a screenshot of that. I can send it to you. I'm not sure if it's even made public, but it's on my Facebook.
But that would be cool as a first.
No, I'll send it to you right now. It's just on my Facebook. Let me just get it. Basically, yeah. So basically, it's taken from a gun range that we went to nearby.
Is it a picture of you and the team?
Yeah. So it's me and a bunch of guys there. Yeah, I'm here. Okay. It's not the best picture, and in fact, to be honest, you don't really get to see much of it. Hang on, let me just. It's right here. Resolution's really shitty. God, to be honest, it's kind of hard to tell if but this was definitely the gun range, and unfortunately, I didn't take any pictures of me actually shooting the guns. It was just us eating food. Because we had lunch there. Here, hang on, I'll send it to you right now. So basically, okay. So these two pictures here. So basically, the people you see in these images, that's me and the team at Barking Dog. Yeah. So so you can show it to your audience there. And okay. I can identify them for you.
Yeah, I can just let me just save them, and then I will share them and eventually spread them to the rest of the world.
Yeah, right there, yeah. So there, okay. So in this first image here, that's me over there, second to the left, sitting down. I'm eating some kind of sandwich.
This? Oh yeah, that
does
look like you.
That's me. That's me. Right. So that's me. I can't remember the guy on the left. The guy in the middle, he's the programmer. He was a programmer at Barking Dog, and the guy with the sunglasses looking at the camera, he was a mapper. He made CS Back Alley. Yeah. Jamie McTaggart, I think. Jamie McTaggart? Yeah, I think his name is Jamie. It still is Jamie McTaggart. I don't think he changed it. And then the guy on the far right, the guy with the backwards cap, that's Chris Mayer. So he made DE Train. Yeah, DE Train.
Yeah.
And so he was he was a great guy. So he was a mapper as well. Chris Mayer. His name was Dogzilla, or his nickname, but yeah. So that's that picture, and we were just taking a break from shooting. We were taking a break from shooting there.
Jamie McTaggart, we're just having lunch. TYR was his in-game name.
TYR. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and so he was a level designer for us, and yeah. I'm not sure where he works now, but I think he still works in the game industry. I think he works like Microsoft or something. But okay, so in this picture, so that guy in the orange jacket, his name is Milo Casali. He was also a level designer, or was he? Yeah, he was a level designer as well. I think he did. He did some levels. I think he worked with Jamie to create Back Alley. Interesting fact about him is his brother. Dario Casali, he actually works at Valve.
I was about to ask, was he related to Dario Casali? Because he is. He's actually
that's his brother.
Known.
Yeah, that's his brother. That's Dario's brother. And so so he was a level designer, and he lives in Canada. I think he still does levels, or I think he still works in the game industry. Yeah, super cool guy. Yeah.
So they're a family of game designers.
Yeah. So they're originally from England, and they, I think they originally were like making Quake levels or something,
No,
and then basically that's how they started. And yeah,
Yeah.
Valve hired Dario, and yeah.
because Dario actually made finished in public project called Final Doom, the Plutonia experiment, with his brother.
Oh, is that what he?
Yeah,
Oh, with Milo. Oh, okay. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I didn't know that.
and then they.
But yeah, he was a great artist, and he was
Yeah.
at Half-Life. Sorry, he was at Valve for a long time. He was like one of the very earlier employees
Oh
there,
yeah,
and
he was one of the first.
I remember meeting him. Yeah, I think he made levels for Half-Life 1 and 2, and yeah. He was very early employee at Valve, and yeah,
Yeah,
he's
he
a
lasted
super
until
cool guy.
2022.
Oh,
Actually,
did he leave? I didn't know. I didn't know he
Yeah,
left.
but
Yeah.
apparently he left from 1996 to 2022. He's been there a long
Wow,
time.
but yeah, he was there for a long time. Yeah, super cool guy, really nice, really talented, super talented. Obviously, yeah, he was a great artist, and yeah, and so I worked with his brother at Barking Dog for a bit as well. So yeah, it was cool, a lot of fun. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have any pictures of me shooting the guns, but we did shoot guns there. I remember we shot like pistols, like and like shotguns and stuff. It was a lot of fun. Yeah.
Oh, here it is. Here it is. The
What is
infamous
this?
Funk vehicle. This is a community-made map.
Oh.
This is what I told you
I
about.
never played this, but this looks funny. Yeah.
This is what I just told you. Where
It's like
communities. Yeah, there were entire communities involving Funk vehicle
Yeah.
entities. So people would just make maps like this, and they would just
that
crash
looks like
into each
fun.
other.
Yeah.
And you see, it's a fork with a meatball, just anything. Because
Yeah.
since Funk vehicle is just
This
a simple.
This looks like some Gary's mod or something.
yeah. This is Gary's mod before
crazy.
Gary's mod.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And
yeah, I remember. Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, there
was one bug. I remember there's one bug when the vehicles they would just kind of sink into the ground. Like it was random. I don't know.
Yeah.
Some of the vehicles they would just they would just sink into the ground, and then they would just die.
If they start going vertically up and down, they would kind of clip into the ground, and then you can clip them into each other. They could like accidentally
the gravity. It would just keep going into the sky because the gravity wouldn't like take effect.
Yeah.
That was one bug that we had.
Yeah. See, they would go into each other and then kill the the player out of nowhere.
Exactly. They were so buggy. So eventually, I just kind of gave up because I couldn't figure it out. I just said, "Fuck this." The engine was not meant for like vehicles.
I mean, you can still see that it's pretty hilarious in of itself with all of its bugginess, and people absolutely loved it. There's thousands of these maps with Funk vehicle entities all around it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it was basically Battlefield before Battlefield was released.
Just goes to show you don't need physics in your video game to make to be fun. Even though in a way, Gold Source does kind of have physics, I guess, but only for like pushing objects.
Yeah, but it was so primitive. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was. I remember it just being really primitive and.
Yeah. So speaking of mechanics, do you think there could have been a world where CS had more balanced game modes people could enjoy, or do you think consolidating to mainly defuse is still fine with you?
Yeah, I mean, I remember we spent a lot of time trying to make the hostage rescue more balanced and more friendly for professional tournaments.
Yeah.
But we just couldn't get it right. I remember one thing that we experimented was just having like one hostage. So instead of having to rescue like 3 or 4 of them, you just had to like escort one of them to the hostage rescue zone. So we tried doing that, but eventually we couldn't get it to be as balanced. I think just the problem was it's just too much work having to have the CTs go into the rescue zone and then kind of bringing them back. Yeah, it was just we did try, but to be honest, even if you ask me today if there's anything that we could have done to make hostage rescue more balanced, I can't really think of any other ideas. But I don't know.
No, because if I was you at the time, I would have probably thought to myself, I mean, is it really enough for CS to only have like defuse be the leading game mode? Are people gonna get tired of the game faster if there's only one thing to do?
Yeah. Well, the thing is, we still had hostage rescue maps, but we kind of knew that they were more meant for the casual audience. Because I still even up until like CS Source and CS:GO, there was still a lot of popular hostage rescue maps. Like CS Militia was still popular, Assault was still popular.
No, it definitely has a dedicated community.
Yeah, people were still playing them even in the casual gameplay, like just casual pick 'em up games that you would play with strangers. Sometimes like the hostage rescues were still a lot of fun. But yeah, it was just meant. But these days, I think with CS2, because Counter-Strike has become such a popular professional esports game, it just we're seeing mostly just people making bomb diffuser maps. So so unfortunately, we're not seeing any more hostage rescue. So.
I mean,
I still enjoy them though. I mean, personally, I still love playing hostage rescue. So.
I mean, I would have also been surprised that despite everything, people have no problem spending thousands of hours playing only diffuse mode, if not only Dust 2, because there are definitely people like that. Because I guess at the end of the day, with CS, it did kind of only come down to the gameplay rather than the maps and the objective, considering that Dust 2 is still a thing. It's still the most popular game ever. But anyway,
for sure.
Was it difficult to work with the community? Because CS is so specific in how it works, and when something changes, people tend to complain a lot. Even today, that's true. Even today.
It was always kind of challenging because, like as you said, every time we would introduce a new beta, we would get a lot of criticism. We would always get like feedback saying, "Oh my God, you ruined the game. This is the end of the game. It's never gonna, it's never gonna succeed. It's gonna fail because of these changes you made." So yeah, we kind of we kind of had a hard time just basically kind of filtering out the critical feedback and just kind of listening to the feedback that was really kind of that would objectively make the game better. So that was just one of the challenges of working in an open development cycle. But I think it really benefited though, because by releasing the betas and by getting so much feedback, we were able to see what worked and what didn't work much quicker. Because if we didn't do that, we would have made a lot of mistakes. And that's kind of what happened with tactical intervention. Like we didn't release any betas. We didn't make any. We didn't have any open. We didn't get any like feedback from the public. It was all closed development. And so when we released the game, we didn't know what was going to work and what didn't work. So I guess that's basically what ended up happening. What caused it to fail so badly. So so even though there was a lot of difficulties of working in such an open community, I think in the end it's what led to the success of Counter-Strike. By having all these people give us so much feedback, and after a while, we started to learn what was the most critical areas and what was feedback that we couldn't sort of ignore. Because I remember, for example, one time when we nerfed bunny hopping, bunny hopping is when you jump a lot. So we nerfed it in one of the betas, and we had a lot of people say, "This is terrible. You got to bring it back, or else this is going to ruin Counter-Strike." But we knew that we stuck to our guns and said, "No, this is not. We don't want this to be part of Counter-Strike. We don't want the game to be like just rapidly jumping, bunny hopping." So that particular feature, we kind of just ignored the community, and we just kind of stuck to it. Yeah.
I mean,
and eventually they accepted it. Yeah.
Yeah. To this day, there are still, I hear from people saying that, "Oh no, the old CS with the insane bunny hopping is the best." But I also have thought to myself that, okay, that's cool and all, but still, at the same time, like, this is CS. If you want fast movement, there's always Unreal Tournament and Quake. But especially back then, I think it's people were simply more accustomed to that kind of style of gameplay. So of course, they would like it, and just jumping over. They thought maybe it was so skillful to jump around and still get insane shots rather than strategically planning your positioning. Just how CS eventually worked. But
Sure. Yeah, definitely. That was one criticism that we kind of we just kind of stuck to our guns, and it worked out in the end. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's very evident after all these years. So guys, if you want to join, the server IP is right there. It's public. If you want to play as background noise or anything, server is right there. You could join. Now on to Release CS. The game was successful. Everyone loves it. Cool. You stopped working on it after 1.0. And I remember reading interviews saying you felt burnt out and didn't want to work on it anymore. Was it because it was a lot to take in as your first game, or any concerns with how it will be perceived long term?
No, so after 1.0, I started working on like a prototype that was supposed to be like a sequel to Counter-Strike, and everybody at Valve knew that. Like, so basically, this was kind of like, this was understood. So basically, and everybody was fine with that. They were cool with that. They were, they wanted me to kind of come up with a new Counter-Strike, basically. But as the years kind of went on, one of the challenges was I was working on the source engine. Yeah. So at the time, the source engine wasn't finished. So I was making this prototype on an engine that was constantly breaking, and it was constantly like changing. It was constant, and so it was frustrating. So I would make a prototype, and then a lot of the stuff that I made was breaking. Then I had to fix it. So it was not the best. It was not the best best environment for me to make a prototype, because the engine was constantly in change. So it was difficult, and so yeah, after a few years, it just got to the point where I just couldn't really come up with a strong prototype, like a prototype that would really have a strong game idea that was fundamentally an improvement over Counter-Strike. So so that's the reason why I just kind of gave up on the prototype. And so I think around like 2004, they basically just asked me, hey, why don't you just do you want to work on another game
Source.
Yeah, the Defeat Source. So that was my opportunity to work on a game that was more closer to being finished, I guess you can say, because there was more of a chance that this game would be released. Whereas the prototype that I was working on, it was probably years away from seeing the light of day. So yeah, I wanted to work on a mod that was more I guess more closer to being finished. Yeah. And so and also I was really good friends with the team that worked on Day of Defeat, so I really enjoyed working with them. So I just kind of jumped at it.
Yeah. So speaking of Day of Defeat, outside of tactical first-person shooters in military settings, were you ever into like these war type of games? Because after the year 2000, you also have games like Medal of Honor and Overtime, the first Call of Duties.
Yeah.
Were you into those kind of first-person shooters and Wolfenstein? What was the name? Castle Wolfenstein.
Castle Wolfenstein. I didn't play any of the later Wolfensteins too much, but I did play a lot of the Call of Duty and the Medal of Honors. I liked them a lot because they had really high production values, and the campaigns were a lot of fun.
Oh yeah.
I wasn't like a huge World War II fan. Like, I wouldn't say that I'm a huge fan of it, to be honest. Like, it's not like my
cup of
dream theme game. Yeah. But I still enjoyed playing Call of Duty and Medal of Honor because they had such high production values, and they really kind of like immersed me in the role of being in that kind of World War II setting. And they had really good gunplay as well, like shooting the guns and like killing the enemies. So that's really why I played them. But I think, I still kind of preferred enjoying other games like Ghost Recon and the Rainbow Six series.
Yeah, but Medal of Honor had a lot going for it. I mean, it was kind of one of the co-creators is Steven Spielberg himself, so there was a lot going on with that game franchise in particular.
That was a very good game. Yeah, had an awesome campaign. Yeah.
Yeah, because there was that whole in the early 2000s trend of making World War II games simulators, which is kind of surprising to me because considering how popular CS was, there wasn't like it didn't spark a trend. That's kind of surprising to me that it didn't spawn a trend or anything, because there were labels for the physical copy of CS which were actually true, that it was the number one online game, and being so popular, to me it's like kind of surprising that, I mean, come on, really, how come it didn't become kind of like a trend? Because arena shooters became a trend, but then CS came, arena shooters died, but at the same time the whole FPS genre moved on to World War II simulators for a couple of years. So, you know, looking back at it, maybe there's just something about CS that is not replicable so easily.
Yeah, that's an interesting topic. Like, yeah, there wasn't many games that kind of dealt with the theme of counterterrorism.
Yeah.
I mean, we had Rainbow Six.
And SWAT
but,
later came out.
Yeah, and SWAT, yeah. But yeah, aside from those two, like, we didn't see a flood of like games like the way we saw with World War II games. So yeah, that's a good question. I don't know why. I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that just goes to show how special CS was. Anyway, speaking of game features, now that the final product is out, you know, since we're at this point of still in the early 2000s, CS 1.0, CS 1.2, and all that, what are your thoughts on certain issues that were never fixed that eventually became... it's not a bug, it's a feature, like wall bangs in CS 1.6, and it's infamous for its ridiculous wall bangs and paper-thin walls.
Oh. Well, I always intended the guns to have penetration. I mean, I think we added gun penetration in like beta 5 or like some of the earlier betas. So wall banging was something that we've always kind of intended. So yeah, it's definitely... but in terms of like the paper thin walls, yeah, perhaps that's probably something, because I always intended like only certain guns can penetrate certain distances and that kind of thing. So like the USP, I didn't really, I think when I did the penetration, I didn't really want them to penetrate like the thicker walls, as you consider say.
Yeah.
But
yeah, because interestingly, that penetrating walls is very realistic, and it does make sense, but it's just that over time, a lot of like very thick walls could be penetrated with like an op, and I've like seen people get headshots for like through like very thick walls. Yeah, like I can kind of show you. On those two, because it's of course the most infamous. Well, I can't like show you examples, but everyone on the community knows.
Yeah.
So the wooden doors make sense. Certain walls, I mean, if you shoot somebody through this corner, it kind of makes sense. But one infamous wall bang here on Dust 2 is this wall, which you can see how thick it is, but people would just come up to this wall and just shoot through it
weird.
and not let terrorists push this tunnel.
Damn. Okay, so I didn't know about that, and to be honest, if I did know about that, I would have fixed it, because I always thought that was a bug, because I always try to make sure that there's a certain distance that they can penetrate, and so if they're going through something that thick, that seems like a bug, and I'm surprised Valve didn't fix that.
I mean,
if it was
the Dust 2 in particular is from 2003, so it's like way later, actually, end of 2002. But there would be very ridiculous wall bangs where another infamous one is like terrorists would sit right here, and if CTs come up here, they would just shoot against the wall over there and like get headshots and kills. Of course, the damage is kind of reduced, but if you kind of sit right here and shoot, and you can see the bullets would penetrate and deal like 40 damage in the head, if even at a helmeted opponent. Yeah, I can even like wait. I can actually even show you, if you want, a video of those two wall bangs. There's like
it's okay. I understand. So I kind of I get
but
it.
It's not just those two. It's of course, you know, other maps. But I guess since you weren't really involved later when CS truly started evolving, that's when
I wasn't, like, because to be honest, I wasn't even aware of these bangs when I was playing Dust 2. We didn't really I didn't really see this being taken advantage of. So I guess this is something people started discovering later on. But I'm surprised Valve. I'm sure this doesn't exist in CS
No, it
2
doesn't. No, it doesn't even
CS
exist in
CS
CS Source and above. It is just exclusive to
So
CS 1.6. So as
yeah,
time went on, even in the pro scene, wallbangs were like abused a lot simply because it was part of the game. Like, for example, on Nuke, you know how the bomb sites are on top of each other? There are like some infamous clips of like pros
right.
shooting the floor on A sites and just killing people below or above. I think it was the opposite, or diffusing the bomb through the wall. I mean, I guess these are oversights that you couldn't have just predicted yourself. I mean, it's a
Those are
lot to
definitely
consider.
bugs,
Yeah, I mean, at that point, after CS 1.0 it was more so Valve's problem rather than yours. But I was just curious if you were aware, and did people like abuse this kind of stuff in the early days?
No, actually, I don't think it wasn't as popular. I mean, well, these bugs weren't as prevalent. So
Yeah.
And if I was aware of them, I would definitely try to fix them for sure. Yeah.
I guess it's just a product of its time.
Can I just take a break? I'm just gonna grab a quick snack.
Okay.
I'll be back
Go ahead.
in like 2 minutes.
All right. In the meantime, I guess I can just read chat a little bit. Damn, we've been going for a long time. I didn't think we would be going for so long. I'm not even like halfway through my questions with him. Oh my god, Chow, I don't have privileges. It's still like told me that the server is full. Fix it now, mon ami. Anyway, are you guys having fun? I see the server is definitely full. Is Minh joining the server? No. He's here to talk with me, not engage with the video game. Anyway, oh hello Loops. Are you having a fun time? Oh my god. Are you reading our questions? No, because I'm focused on talking to the guy. I have other priorities, but I will read questions later, okay? Now I have some like free time to like catch up with chat. I just got here. Unfortunately, I was live before. Aw. Why didn't you raid me? Huh? I'm kidding, don't take that seriously. Thanks for the great interview so far. Man, it's crazy. I didn't think... I'm actually a little bit surprised he's like so open and so passionate. I thought it might... I was kind of afraid it might turn out into like a stereotypical interview and it would be done in 2 hours, but actually we got to talk a lot. So I am seriously considering doing this again, but in a different format, and he seems down because there's a lot to reminisce about and a lot to see. I guess because he kind of got prompted when I showed him the footage of everything instead of just us boringly talking to each other. That's why I wanted background footage and visuals, man. You see what it does to people? You know, I mean, our questions from the Google Doc thing. Yes. After I'm done with my questions, I will start reading the questions from the forum to him. And then chat messages. That's the whole plan. It's a 3-step program. 1, my questions. 2, your questions from Doc. And then 3, questions and messages from chat. That's how it's gonna go. So we're just still chatting between each other, and then we will go on to the questions from the forum. Hello, Znifrn. The interview is insane. Yeah, actually, I'm surprised we are getting new information, but that's why I wanted to focus on more interesting questions rather than asking him, oh, so how did you come up with CS and all that? Because there's like 10 bajillion interviews with Minh talking about this kind of stuff, so I wanted to delve into different things, so it's not the same as you've probably heard before and all that. I definitely do want to ask him, like, has he ever seen Pool Day? But man, anyway, it would be good if you re-upload this live broadcast with subtitles. Yes, that I will do that at some point. Once this interview is done, it's gonna go up as a VOD on my YouTube channel, and afterwards, eventually I'm going to edit down to the most important bits and upload it to my YouTube channel as a video, but I'm going to also put in some effects and things, so it's interesting to watch. It's not just a podcast to listen to. I'll definitely make it interesting to watch, but that's gonna take a while, and I have other projects in mind. So, yeah. I also don't know how many people are watching, but I hope somebody joined today. But the thank you. I see we have a full server. Almost a full server. Yeah. You can still join the server, and gonna be showing this off as much as possible. I think it's great. Gives you the opportunity to participate. And look at this guy. He's playing. I'm gonna start like pro interviewers use with bits. Yeah. I didn't want this to be like professional. Oh shit.
Hey, sorry,
Hello.
I'm back.
No,
Yeah,
no,
sorry
no.
about that.
It's okay. I was just reading chat a little bit because they've been yelling at me for not reading
Okay.
chat.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Oh, here's one very important thing that I have personally always wondered about, and there's no answer or anything. I think this is one of my personally most important questions. Okay, so you're left-handed, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'm left-handed too, and people give me shit for that, but I don't care. Despite that, I do want to ask. So, the weapons are made left-handed by default. So the perspective that you see the weapons from is left-handed, right? Was there ever any consideration that, hey, it's kind of wrong that the weapons look like this from this angle, because most people are gonna be playing, like right-handed, and it's gonna look weird to them like this.
Yeah. So, anyways, okay. Yeah, we got a lot of flack for that. When we first released the first beta, people were complaining. They were like, "What the fuck is this?" Like a lot of people, because the majority of people are right-handed.
Yeah.
But obviously, when I made it, I couldn't. There was no easy way for me to flip them. Like, in fact, I don't think we didn't come up with the option to flip them until like beta 7 or beta 8. So for like up until the beta 6, everybody was playing left-handed models, and they just got used to it. Even though they were hating me for it, they just we like the game, but what the fuck is this? So yeah, people. Unfortunately, I couldn't really do it because this was just the way I created the models, and I was just there was no easy way for me to flip them.
No,
but
I definitely would have done the same myself.
But in beta 7, one of the guys at Valve, he introduced this. He introduced some code that would just take the models and just flip them. So it was simple. It was a really simple fix, and after that, people were happy. And then after that, I think the default models were right-handed. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, up until beta 7, everybody was playing with left-handed models, and we got a lot of complaints. Yeah, people were just they wanted to like kill me and shit like that. I was getting death threats.
Yeah. I mean that's what we get for being the minority as left-handed users.
Here's the funny thing: for the most up in the beta 7, I was so used to playing with left-handed models.
Yeah.
But now when I play games, I'm so used to the right-handed models, and then I can't go back to left-handed models now. It just feels weird. Yeah. So
yeah.
It
sucks that you get forced into right-handed, but in some games it didn't matter. But to me, there's something about CS where it's just it just feels more comfortable when they are on the left-hand side. But when I've played other games, I kind of just get used to it. But with CS, I've also always tried to go for
most games they put the view model pretty close to the center. But in Counter-Strike, you'll notice the view model is really quite pushed to the side.
Yeah.
It's really quite offset. The reason I did that is because I thought the guns looked better that way. I didn't like the way the guns look when you put them close to the center. They lose their shape and they lose their outline.
Oh,
and so yeah, that's why I kind of kept them kind of like to the side, so you can sort of see them better.
Yeah, but another thing about the left-handedness is that when you hold a weapon like the AK, you hold it left-handed. It makes sense that the ejection where the bullets come out, it would be on the right side. But when you switch, I suppose this was very difficult to implement, to actually flip the weapon itself, so like the bolt would be on the right side, because you would also have to redo
the animations.
the animations. Yeah, because then for a lot of right-handed people and people who know guns, they would see CS, they would see, of course, by default like this right-handed, they would be like, why is the bolt on the left side of the AK? It would look weird to them. Yeah, even in one of my videos, I told people, like, since they're left-handed by default, this is how the weapon looks correctly. So I'm right and you're wrong. But left-handedness aside, hold up, I still can't see my stupid my stupid cursor on my main screen, so I have to look at my thing. I think it's because I'm streaming it on Discord, so that's why. One thing I wanted to ask is, even though you went to a shooting range to get inspiration and to help with having for sounds and more realism with the weapons, there are still weapons that ended up wrong. So how do you feel about this M4 having a wrong animation?
I did this before I even knew about guns. So this is one of the very first guns that I animated, and this is back when we didn't have YouTube. I didn't have any videos, so I had to animate it based on what I would read. And so I had no idea what that button was. I thought that was because I saw like some movies about people pulling something, and I thought they were pulling that button. But yeah, I got so much flack for that, because that button is actually supposed to be pushed.
Yeah.
And so people were making fun of me so bad. I was like, dude, you're not supposed to pull that button. And like, I was pulling on the wrong thing. So yeah, that was one mistake that I made, that people never really they always make fun of me for that. But yeah, I kind of think back then that I was like, oh my God, that was so stupid. I can't believe I did that. It's just because at the time I had no idea what that button was used for.
Yeah, and
I didn't know what it was.
And I suppose afterwards there was just no time to like reanimate the whole thing to be correct.
Yeah, I think after I found out how it fully animated, I was too busy, so I didn't really have the time to go back and fix it.
I suppose at that point people were also kind of used to looking at it like this.
Yeah, and I think people kind of got used to it, but yeah, it does look weird. It does look weird.
Yeah. And another thing people pointed out is that the dust cover is closed by default. It has like a spring that it closes, but typically it stays open.
It's supposed to stay open after you shoot the first bullet. Yeah, but I the reason I kind of did that was because I kind of thought it looked cool, seeing the animation kind of flip open up. Yeah. I thought it looked cool, so I just kind of kept it that way.
Oh, also another thing about the M4 is, as we showed earlier, in the beta, why did it have a scope, and why did it then get removed?
I think because I don't know why I added the scope. I think I added it because I saw pictures of it. The Navy SEALs version, and like it was like it had so many add-ons. It had like all the silencers and the scope, and I thought it looked cool. And so that's kind of, I modeled it based on the version that I saw that the Navy SEALs would use. But then in practice in the game, it was unbalanced. So we quickly realized that. So we quickly removed the scope.
Yeah.
In one of the betas, but yeah.
Consolidated rifles with scopes to be specifically the AUG and the Krieg here.
Yeah, because of balancing issues. We wanted to make these guns more expensive and more more special.
I think there's another weapon that also had something wrong with its animation. Right now I don't remember which one. Maybe there was some other smaller things, but yeah, the M4 was the most egregious. One more that I can kind of think of is that the op, when you pull it out, you don't cock it, but you're supposed to, just like it does in other CS games. Or did people not really notice this one?
So when you pull the rifle out, I'm not moving the bolt.
Yeah, because in CSGO and CS2, when you pull it out, you pull the bolt to load the rifle, kind of like you do with almost any other weapon. I guess you cock the MP5, you cock the SG, but you don't the op.
I'm not sure why I did that.
I'm not a gun expert. But any game I've seen, the AWM.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I misnamed that. It was supposed to be called the AWM.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
that's kind of known that it's for copyright purposes. I mean, every weapon has a different name.
No. I mean, it wasn't because of copyright. I just misnamed it because the AWP and the AWM, they were both like, actually, technically, the AWP is also copyrighted as well. But I mean, they didn't care. Actually, the people that made that gun, they never contacted us. They never bothered us.
Yeah, because for other weapons, it is told that they are renamed intentionally. They have parodied names, like the Desert Eagle is Nighthawk.
Yeah. Actually, that's a good point. I'm not sure why we didn't change the AWP to something fake. Maybe because I think we thought the AWP was like a copyright-free name, like the MP5. Like the MP5 and the M4, those are like military designations. So that's not, they don't fall under copyright. Like those are basically just military designations. And I thought the AWP was also under the same military designation, but it's not. It's that was probably a mistake on my part. I probably should have called it AWP something different.
Okay, well, this might be a first because this hasn't been heard before. Also, all the other weapons instead of P250.
Oh, we called it a Nighthawk?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought that was called the Deagle.
Everybody calls it the Deagle, the Desert Eagle, but in game it's officially known as the Nighthawk.
Oh right, yeah, that's right. Yeah. Because I came up with these fake names, right? Because I didn't want it to be called. I didn't want it to be associated with Desert Eagle, obviously, because I knew Desert Eagle was copyrighted. So I came up with Nighthawk, but then everybody knew it was a Deagle, so they just called it the Deagle.
Yeah, I mean, but Nighthawk is vaguely similar. It's still like based on a bird, eagle, hawk. So it's clever in a way.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also
okay. I remember. Yeah, we came up with these fake names. Yeah.
Yeah, Inagram Mac 10 KB submachine gun.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but people did not know them for and also, interestingly, for some of these names, they became so ingrained that people call them, the Krieg. Like it's not actually called the Krieg, I think, but everybody knows it as the Krieg, for example.
Yeah, that was a name that I made up because it sounded very German.
yeah. I know the real name is just SG552 or SG553 in CS:GO and CS2, but everybody just calls it Krieg. And the Scout is also I don't think Scout is in the real name of the sniper rifle, but everybody calls it the Scout.
That's really called a Scout. It's called a Steyr Scout.
Oh yeah,
so it's made by Steyr.
Scout. Yeah.
Yeah, it's called a Steyr Scout, and that was it was kind of an interesting looking sniper rifle. That's why I picked that one.
Yeah. Can you recall if these stats of the weapons are accurate and real?
Yeah. So basically, those are numbers I basically grabbed them off a website. So they should be pretty accurate. I didn't make those numbers up. Definitely. Yeah.
And then last one was the M249.
The Para.
Yeah, but as for equipment, I'm not the right team. Wait, speaking of equipment, was the night vision supposed to have any practical use? Because it's obviously an item that nobody ever used for any reason, or is it something that at that time CRT monitors couldn't have the brightness that monitors have today, so certain areas would actually be dark, or was there something planned for dark maps?
No, we did, because at the time when I came up with the night vision, we had a lot of dark maps, like CS Docs, DE Prodigy. We had maps that were much darker. But then, I think around 1.0 or 1.2, I think Valve decided, okay, no more dark maps. Every map has to be bright. It's just because of gameplay reasons, because people didn't like squinting and shit like that, right? So we just felt so after that, the night vision goggles became kind of useless, and I don't think we saw them anymore. I don't think they saw them in 1.6, or did they? I don't know. I can't remember. Because I remember we removed them after after we banned all night dark maps.
Nope. For some reason they still remained in the game. I am playing right now CS 1.6, and it's here. I can buy it.
Oh, but CS Source, did they remove it?
Yes, in CS Source it wasn't there. Also the Riot Shield wasn't there, but I think the Riot Shield was sort of a Valve decision to implement because it came with 1.6. Yeah, here it is, and nobody likes it because the night vision is purely useless, but the tactical shield was so overpowered that every server would ban it.
Yeah, I know. It was pretty OP.
Yeah.
So I can't remember. Could you shoot your pistol when you hold the shield? I can't remember.
No, I can't buy the shield, and my stupid CS has like so much stuff installed that here my game is like I can't even see this menu to change my money. So
Yeah, it's okay, but I can't remember. But I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly, like when you hold the shield, you couldn't really shoot a pistol. So
no, you can. You can't hold rifles or any two-handed weapons. Only
only the
pistol.
pistol.
Yeah, and for funnily enough, I always thought it was so cool that when you hold a grenade with the shield, you kind of like take the pin out with your mouth.
Okay, I don't because honestly, I don't think I worked on the shield. I think that was something Valve made. Yeah.
No, but you did mention
I did
earlier
think,
something about a riot shield that you implemented but didn't work, so you removed it.
Yeah, I removed it, but then Valve, I think they came back to it and they tried to make it work, but
yeah,
they soon learned the lesson that I that I learned quickly.
Yeah. Okay. So.
Oh, this is one of my favorite maps, CS Assault. Yeah.
Yeah,
Great map.
Yeah, it's right next to Office being one of the most popular hostage maps. Also, guys, I don't know why this one guy looks like he's from Walmart. I think it's because one of the maps he's actually supposed to be dressed like a construction worker, but
Yeah.
but yeah, my
all of those hostage are just like Half-Life models, anyways.
Well, these two in particular, the construction worker and the office worker are custom, but the other ones are just scientists from Half-Life.
Yeah. Oh, I remember that vehicle where you can go inside and look at the cameras.
Oh yeah, I was about to ask about the camera. Okay,
that was pretty cool.
Okay, so you can see here how if I buy the MP5, you can't hold it. You can hold pistol. And it kind of reloads one-handed, and then here's the nade that pulls the pin with the mouth. It's really cool.
Okay, and I guess like, yeah, I guess they couldn't balance that out. I guess, huh? I guess
Yeah.
That's too bad.
Oh, and funnily enough, there's a little bit of a bug with the USP. If I put the silencer on, which uses mouse 2, it then removes it when I hold the shield. So that's a funny bug.
Yeah. Okay.
Doesn't let you have a. But yeah. I guess the cameras were an interesting gimmick for maps that unfortunately didn't pan out because people didn't find it useful enough, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of a gimmick. I think only a few maps had this. Like, I think CS Siege had it. And
yeah, Militia had it too.
Oh, okay, yeah, Militia had it. Yeah.
Let me actually.
But yeah, it was kind of a. Yeah, it was kind of a gimmick. It was not my idea. It was the mapper's idea. They just kind of put it in there.
Yeah. Because you can still see players, and it kind of works as a tactical thing. Because I can right now, I can see the players inside the hangar, and kind of give information. But everyone else being at a disadvantage while one person sits behind and gives info doesn't really work for a game like CS. So I guess ultimately it just didn't fit. So
yeah.
Speaking of gimmicks, since you've said before that you've played CS for quite a while, even after it released, were you ever aware of all of the popular or eventually popular community game modes that the community created and hosted tons of servers on? Yeah, like
the surf map,
surf, creeds, zombie mode, death run, and anything in between.
No, actually, so I stopped playing after like 1.0, probably like 1.0. So yeah, after that, I wasn't really aware of a lot of these mods that got released. So Gun Game and all those ones, I didn't get a chance to play those ones. Yeah, no.
Because that's an interesting aspect of CS, where because it's so versatile and moddable, being a mod in of itself, people eventually started creating. There's like different forums like allied modders that create mods for the game, and like I just said, so some became so popular that eventually players started hosting their own servers on these mods, and it got to a point where some were so popular that there would be people playing exclusively one single mode. Like I can show you real quick. This one is one that people are very and extremely fond of. It's called Zombie Mode. It's kind of like it's based on Resident Evil, where like well, one person gets infected and then everybody has to kill him, or he spreads the infection, and this kind of stuff. And there's like thousands of maps for this, and people have a lot of nostalgia for zombie mode and many other game modes. Yeah, I can see this is like the Half-Life 2 zombie model. Yeah, and other ones. Yeah, I can see there's different models.
Cool.
And just people hiding overall, playing as a team. Like, the zombies have like thousands of HP. Like, there's a lot of crazy stuff people have made over the years, and all of these niche dedicated communities for, I would say, subgenres of CS. And
it's like Gary's mod, yeah.
Another one that's really popular. It's like called Creeds. You know, because the guy who created it was called like Creeds, and he made like these climbing maps, because I guess the movement of CS is so smooth. You know, despite being gimped compared to the betas, it's so like smooth that people eventually figured out, wait, you can still like do bunny hops, but they have to be more calculated, and eventually it developed into its own game, kind of like Surf, but for people like jumping. So people will make maps like this where you just jump on block to block, and it's also like very popular. And there's still like communities for this kind of stuff to this day, still alive, and I think that's thanks to the fact of how versatile CS is overall.
It's like Super Mario Brothers or something.
Yeah. People would like speed run these maps. They were like have like forums, and they would upload their records and like hold competitions. That there's a lot that went into CS even after you left, because as the Gold Source engine was aging and it was more easier to run on computers, a lot of people were starting to get exposed to this franchise and game, interestingly enough. So CS 1.6 actually started becoming more popular as time went on, as the internet became more common, like broadband internet instead of dial-up.
Yeah.
Because I never had dial-up, but from what I've seen, it's kind of like bad if your mom's using the phone and you're trying to download an image off the internet, it can be like very, very slow and stuff like that. Anyway, but so on a related note, do you think more games should embrace user-generated content? Because CS is a consequence of that and all the things the community made.
I personally feel they should. I mean, that's how I found my way into the industry. But there's a reason that the AAA studios like EA, Activision, it's a reason that they don't embrace user-generated content. It's because it kind of it prevents them from making DLCs, and also kind of like microtransactions and those kind of things. It kind of conflicts with their ability to make that, because they can't sell that stuff if people are making them and giving them away for free. So that's the reason they don't like. That's the reason you don't see an SDK for Call of Duty Warzone or something like that.
Yeah.
It's because these AAA publishers, they obviously know it kind of eats into their bottom line.
Yeah. No, but I've thought about it, because at the same time, every game that has user-generated content or allows people to mod it, that kind of makes the games a little bit more long-lasting and immortal, because then there's also these modding communities that form around these games. And of course, Half-Life is the more popular example, because people still use the Hammer editor, and they still tinker with the Gold Source engine, even though it's been like almost 30 years since the original Half-Life released.
But unfortunately, that's not the priority for these like EA and Microsoft and those kind of guys.
Yeah.
Their priority is like they want to sell a new game every year. So
now, speaking of
that's kind of cool.
Speaking of companies, what did you think of Steam back then as a concept? Because 2003, when it came out, you were still working at Valve. What did you think of the idea of selling games virtually instead of buying a disc and installing it locally?
Yeah, that was a very interesting time, because actually, if I remember correctly, a lot of the people at Valve, they kind of they didn't really have a lot of high hopes for Steam succeeding. they thought it was gonna be kind of like a niche thing, like because at the time everybody went to EB games and they always just bought the games physically. So the digital marketplace was still very very early, and I guess a lot of people that or just a lot of my coworkers at Valve, I remember talking to them and they were kind of like, yeah, maybe it'll take off, you know. So yeah, none of us really had the like the optimism that I guess, because like it was mostly Gabe Newell that was really pushing it. I guess he was kind of like he was like basically the driving force for Steam. And one interesting thing that and a lot of people don't realize this, but at one point when Steam was being developed, they actually wanted to make it a peer-to-peer system. So basically kind of like BitTorrent. So basically you would send you would transfer their data peer-to-peer.
Yeah.
Unlike the way it is now, where it's kind of like Steam is basically has their
everyone connects
server
to the central Steam server.
Yeah. So I think what they wanted to do is they wanted to kind of like reduce the operating costs, because it's very expensive to have all these servers, and you have to like transfer to all of these users. Like running Steam is quite expensive because of all of these having so many different servers and all of that. So so Valve, they actually looked into trying to make it like a peer-to-peer system, like BitTorrent. And so they spent several months, even almost years, like trying to make this work. In fact, I remember they hired the inventor, the guy who invented BitTorrent, or torrents, basically. The whole they basically hired this guy, and they tried to have him to basically implement a torrent system for Steam, but yeah, it never really panned out. I'm not sure why. I think probably because of privacy concerns, because peer-to-peer sharing, file sharing, a lot can go wrong in that. You can have a lot of data breaches, and just like people's, it's hard to control.
Yeah, more of a security risk than anything.
Yeah, it's more of a security risk than the way the traditional model of just downloading from a server. So yeah, that was just one interesting thing. I mean, so yeah, Steam. Yeah, Steam was in development. I remember the very first years of Steam. It was very buggy, and when Steam was first released, it got a lot of criticism because it was had tons of bugs.
People hated it. People hated it because Valve released Half-Life exclusively for Steam. Like, you can still buy the disc, but you have to install Steam to play it. Yeah, that was also another thing.
So yeah, I remember the first few years was very challenging, and it was very. They got a lot of criticism. Yeah. So it's kind of like when you look at the Epic Game Store, like when they released it. I mean, they get a lot of criticism as well, because they're missing a lot of features.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
So people kind of criticism.
Yeah, at this point they got criticism
so people kind
for not
of
being Steam.
Yeah. They expect it to be as good as Steam. So yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of the same way. When you first release this system, eventually it takes a few years before it becomes mature. So so that's what I'm hoping will happen with like the Epic Game System. They'll start to add more features, because I think one of the biggest complaints people have with the Epic Game System is it's lacking a lot of the features that people are so used to with Steam.
Yeah,
like the friend system.
There's no community aspects. Like, there's no community hub and
that kind of stuff.
User reviews.
But that took several years before Steam introduced those things. So I think if you give Epic a few more years, they'll start to implement those features as well.
I mean, depends on them if they listen to the community, because if they don't kind of give the people what they want, because that's the other thing about Steam, because Steam has takes a higher percentage from game sales than Epic Game Store, but at the same time, Steam works as opposed to any other store, and that's kind of like their edge. And they also have all the community aspects that a lot of people are missing from Epic. So if they're willing to listen.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess it's something that's beyond my understanding. So I don't really fully know whether or not Epic Games will get to that point, but.
Yeah, because initially when they launched the Epic Store, they were like, "Hey, we're like Steam, but we take less of a percentage, so please put your game on the Epic Store. But then people were like, yeah, but the lack of exposure, the lack of direct communication with the players is kind of lacking, so not enough people jumped on the bandwagon. Also, a lot of people kind of distrusted Epic because they sort of did this thing where they bought the rights to sell a game exclusively on their platform for a certain period, and people didn't like that.
Platform exclusivity.
Yeah,
I mean, I mean, to be honest, I kind of understand what they're trying to do, and they, I don't. People may disagree with it, but to me, it makes sense from a business standpoint, because people aren't gonna install Epic games unless they get these free games. So
yeah, they do give away a lot of games, but there's the other side of with like Epic and Steam, how like, oh, but Steam is a monopoly and it needs competition, but then people want everything to be in one place, so there's a whole conundrum related to that. Anyway, what do you think of CS Condition Zero? It started development right as you left the CS, but you were still working at Valve. Did you have like no hand in that at all?
Yeah, no, I didn't really have much involvement at all. It was basically a project that was pretty much handed off to these third-party developers like Gearbox,
Ritual Entertainment.
Yeah, Ritual. They made Sin. Yeah, so it kind of fell into the hands of like 3 or 4 different developers until eventually Turtle Rock came up with a pretty good game concept for it. So yeah, so I mean, to be honest, I thought it was kind of like it kind of lacked some direction in like I think we weren't really sure what Condition Zero was supposed to be. So
but in general, what do you think about the concept of CS having a single player campaign?
Oh, I thought it was cool. I mean, I thought it was. I was really excited to see it finished, and I wanted to see what the finished product was, because I thought it would be kind of like Rainbow Six, right? Kind of like counter terrorist, but with a single player campaign. So I was kind of looking forward to that, to be honest. But I think some of the higher ups at Valve, they weren't really happy with some of the versions that were being submitted to them.
Yeah, unfortunately, the way it ended up was kind of because. I mean, there's a lot that we don't know internally what exactly happened, but the first studio, Ritual Entertainment, that started working on it, things didn't pan out. But then Rogue Entertainment, they kind of released a product. No, I think it was maybe the opposite. It started with Rogue Entertainment, then Ritual, but then Ritual like released review copies, and it wasn't very well received. It didn't turn out very well, and then it got changed into another studio. But eventually, the end product of CS Condition Zero is by Turtle Rock, but Valve also released the other one with the campaign that became deleted scenes.
And right. The deleted scenes was basically the stuff that like Gearbox worked on.
Yeah, because I've talked about this with other people in overtime, because it's not a bad idea to take a multiplayer game and turn it into some form of a single player experience. Even with CS, it can work. It's just kind of unfortunate that with Condition Zero, it didn't work out, and the project got dragged out so much that eventually it came out too late in 2004, right when the Source engine also came out.
Yeah, it was kind of a weird project, to be honest. I don't think it was. Yeah,
but at the time you were like very hands off, and you didn't even know what was going on with it.
I was not involved with it at all, so I didn't really have any input on any of it. Like, at all.
Have you ever tried it, played it, or anything?
Yeah. I mean, I played it when it came out, and like the version that the Turtle Rock made, it had really good AI. So I think that was what really impressed me the most was the bots in it were they were very intelligent, and it felt very. Eventually, that's what kind of led to them making Left 4 Dead. So Turtle Rock kind of used that as a basis for making Left 4 Dead.
Yeah, and also the official bots in CS 1.6 are the ones made by Turtle Rock.
Yeah,
they did implement. Interestingly, in CZ they also have this AI, this cool AI with the hostages where they like start escaping by themselves. It's
Oh,
very
oh, right.
interesting.
If the terrorists they move away from them, they would start to try to run off themselves. I
Yeah,
thought that
yeah.
was kind of a cool concept. I thought that was kind of interesting, but yeah, unfortunately,
Yeah,
it was hard to make that
but
balanced. Yeah.
it kind of just meddled with the entire idea of hostage mode. But
Yeah.
and anyway,
Yeah.
right now this map is called DE Dust 2020, and it's
Oh.
yeah, this is
Mm,
still in the Gold Source engine, and this is one of the most
mm.
impressive maps ever created.
Oh.
All the textures are custom,
Yeah.
and you can see here like the
Wow.
shine on this dome is like
Mhm.
very
Yeah.
impressive, and also the clouds are
Mm.
moving. Like I don't know if you've ever seen like the limits of the Gold Source
Oh.
engine, but if there ever were
Yeah.
any, like this would be it.
Okay. Yeah. No, that's. I've never seen this map to be honest, but
Yeah, no,
looks cool. Yeah.
yeah, well, it came out in 2020, and it's just a
Oh.
retextured Dust 2, but it features a lot of custom. I mean, yeah, because as I've told you, like people started doing a lot of things with the Gold Source engine and pushing its limits, like making the textures as HD as possible, cramming as much detail and making the most of it. And yeah, you can kind of get cool stuff like this where, at first glance, it might not even look like the Gold Source engine from 25 years ago. It's really impressive. Anyway, after CS 1.0, you started. Oh no, wait, that is a question. Oh, you're running out of time. Okay.
Uh,
No,
I mean,
it's okay.
not eventually, but I mean, maybe probably got like another 45 minutes if we can. Yeah.
Oh, okay, okay. Well, I do have other questions. So, let me see. Let me see.
Maybe we
Just
can get
kinda.
to community questions if someone has, or
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I guess I'll just leave my questions maybe for some other time if you're down to do this again. I guess.
no, I can answer them right now if they're quick question, or maybe we can just like kind of rip through them if you want.
No, no, no. I mean, another kind of interview to finish my questions or something because I
Hmm.
still have more. But we can get into the community questions now
Hmm.
because I did promise everybody
Yeah, yeah.
a segment on that. So anyway,
Okay.
so we can kind of do this as a lightning round. You can choose like short
Yeah.
answers
Yeah.
if you prefer, because a lot of these questions are so some of them are standard questions. So first question is they're all anonymous, by the way, guys. So there's no user attached to it. So why did you quit Valve? Is the first question you've ever
Um.
posted.
So basically, I quit after I finished working on Day of Defeat, and then basically Valve offered me to work on Counter-Strike Source,
Mm-hmm.
and I didn't really want to work on Counter-Strike Source because I knew that it was kind of like it was basically the same as CS 1.6, but it was just kind of like updated graphics. So that didn't really interest me, and I wanted to work on a new game that kind of had more features that I couldn't implement in Counter-Strike. And also, I didn't really want to work on a game that was kind of tied to the Counter-Strike franchise because I knew that Counter-Strike was kind of already completely kind of established, and the player base they didn't really want me to change anything too drastic. So yeah, that's why I left Valve. Yeah, I just basically
Mm-hmm.
yeah kind of just wanted to work on something that was kind of not tied down to Counter-Strike. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Next question is: do you play CS 1.6 nowadays?
No, not 1.6, but I mean, I did play CS2 a few weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty impressed with what they were able to do with CS2. Yeah, just the graphics, like obviously are much better, and
Yeah.
they managed to kind of keep the gameplay kind of like fundamentally the same. So I was able to kind of just pick it up and just be able to play it because it felt pretty similar to like Counter-Strike Source. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Next question is: what was your favorite CS game?
Like game mode.
I mean, no, I guess game for like 1.6 source.
Like
Yes,
1.6
condition
CS Source
zero.
CS:GO.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, I mean, obviously, I mean, I like Beta 7 to be honest. Yeah, that was because that was the last one I worked on. yeah, I mean, I'm probably biased, but I kind of just enjoyed the beta 7.
No, it makes sense because you were involved with that. So yeah.
Yeah, it was the one that I was involved with. Yeah.
Next question is, what project are you currently working on?
Oh, so yeah, I'm working on this co-op shooter game. So I joined this team. These guys, these developers, they a lot of them they used to work on like Rainbow Six, Ghost Recon, and Division, and some of them worked on Call of Duty. And so they basically made this co-op shooting game. It's kind of like Payday, but you play as the good guys. You play as the police, and you also get to play as counter-terrorists as well. So it's, to be honest, it's kind of like a mix of Payday mixed with Counter-Strike. So it's like 4 players. It's PvE, so you play against the enemy. It's not a PvP game. It's not like Counter-Strike. It's basically like Payday, or like games like Left 4 Dead, that kind of thing. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's kind of it takes place in like this open world area, and you kind of go in it, you go to different areas of the level, and you kind of complete missions. So in that sense, it's kind of different than Payday, because Payday, the missions are kind of like smaller and kind of like self-contained. But this one, it kind of feels like GTA, where like in GTA, it's kind of like this larger, you're like in a large open city, and then you kind of go to different areas of the city to kind of do missions. And so yeah, that's yeah, I'm pretty excited working on it, and we're gonna be releasing some videos of it pretty soon. And
Great.
Yeah,
looking forward. I'll make sure to notify everybody. Next question is what is your favorite player model from 1.6?
Oh, player model? Oh, okay. I like the French GIGN. I've always liked the GIGN. I don't know. They're just like they're the unit that kind of like really kind of started my interest in counterterrorism. So yeah, I would probably pick that one as my favorite. So my favorite gun, I would say, is the MP5, or the SG552 Commando. Yeah, I really love that gun. The Krieg 552.
Oh yeah, that's a fun weapon.
Excuse me.
No, it's okay.
Yeah,
I still like how
looks
it
cool.
packs a punch as a kid.
Yeah, I just like the look of it. But yeah, kind of like the short barreled, and looks pretty mean. Yeah.
What was the challenging thing about creating CS?
I guess the most challenging part was, well, I think definitely trying to make the vehicles, but I kind of gave up on that. So I guess that's probably why it was too challenging for me.
Speaking but yeah, that was vehicles. People voted for this one again.
Oh, okay, yeah, but yeah, I would say it was definitely just trying to implement vehicles. But everything else was pretty straightforward, like the weapon recoil, the money system. That was pretty easy to implement. Yeah.
Map you wish were more popular, still relevant today?
Oh, yeah, that's a good question. I mean, like, I think Siege probably. I really enjoyed Siege playing, and yeah, I do wish people would kind of play it more these days. It was a good map. It had a good layout, really good firefights. Yeah, Siege was probably up there. Militia also was pretty one of my favorite ones. But yeah, I would say that one, Siege and Militia.
All right. So guys, I'm skipping over certain questions because they are just kind of nonsensical, or they relate to something we've already talked about, and so in order to save time, sorry, I'm not reading your question. Don't be angry at me. Anyway, what programming language did you use to make the mod? The CS mod, I suppose.
So Counter-Strike was written in C++. Yeah. So yeah, the Half-Life engine, they use C++. Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Oh, this is a good one. Have you ever thought of establishing your own game studio?
Yeah, I mean, I thought about it, but I think one of the things that I'm not really good at is like the business side of things. Like I'm not good at like managing companies, like getting investment, like dealing with investors and that kind of stuff. Like
You're not
yeah,
the CEO
that's
type.
yeah, I'm not the CEO type, but yeah, I do wish I had like that. I do wish that I did try to make my own company, because then I would be able to kind of make games a bit better, and I would be able to kind of pursue my own dream game a bit better. Because when I made Tactical Intervention, it was made with a company that really didn't have any experience making games, and it was kind of it was a very difficult experience, and I do regret not working with a better company.
Yeah, you're a simple man. You just want to make video games. That's all. Don't want to be bothered with business.
Yeah, exactly. It's a lot of work managing a company, definitely, because I've seen it from that aspect. I've kind of seen what is required to actually start a company, and it's not my cup of tea.
Yeah, and I guess at some point, if you're a CEO, you would have to like forfeit working on games to lead the company, and that's not something that's for you.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've worked at Face Punch Studios, where Gary Newman, who is the CEO, he was actually very involved in the development of games. So I mean, it is possible to have a game company and still be involved in the actual development of the games. But I think obviously he had to hire like an office manager, and kind of hire someone that would deal with some of the bullshit that he didn't really want to deal with. So yeah, but
yeah, of course. Are you happy with the current state of Counter-Strike these days?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I mean, like, even though I tried to make Tactical Intervention and I had all these crazy ideas, kind of glad that Valve are still kind of maintaining Counter-Strike, and kind of like maintaining the legacy of it, and basically just kind of updating the game, so it's kind of it doesn't look like shit, but still kind of keeping the same core, the gameplay of Counter-Strike. They're not really like changing it too much. They're kind of like sticking to the true fundamentals of what makes Counter-Strike so enjoyable. And I think that's one of the reasons why it's still so popular today. Like by having the game kind of remain so unchanged over these past 20 years, you're able to have all of these professional esports teams. Like you're able to have these people train and spend like years of their life training on a game, because they know that in 2 or 3 years they're still going to be able to use the skills that they've kind of trained on, and it still kind of applies to the same game. Like whereas like games like Call of Duty, I like if you practice Call of Duty this year, next year it's going to be completely different. So it's I don't see how the esports scene can kind of grow for those types of games. But I'm really happy with what Valve does. Yeah.
Yeah, because with Call of Duty, they rotate studios, so they're made like by different people, same IP, but different people.
But unbelievably, there's apparently there's an esports Call of Duty. Apparently, people play Call of Duty in esports. I don't know how that works. I mean, what are they playing? Deathmatch, or are they?
I think they're playing Search and Destroy, where it's like.
Are they? Oh,
yeah,
Search and Destroy.
I think they still play it kind of like CS, where it's 5v5 and you die and you don't instantly respawn, and there's some there may be an objective to the map, or maybe it's just last man standing. I don't know which one exactly it is.
Interesting.
But it does still have its dedicated fan base because of the mechanics of how it works. It's just kind of like CS. There's a skill ceiling, and people enjoy that, so they want to play it professionally. Anyway,
interesting.
What is? Oh wait, what is the insane wallbang feature? Yeah, we talked about the wallbangs. Here's one. Can you still speak Vietnamese? Chukman Namoy Gooseman, my legend.
I could never speak Vietnamese. I can only understand like probably like 30, maybe 40%, maybe 30% of it, because I grew up in Canada. I kind of came to Canada when I was 2 years old.
Yeah.
And my parents, they they strongly encouraged me to learn English, because they wanted me to be successful in Canada. So they didn't really speak to me in Vietnamese as I was growing up. And unfortunately, I wasn't able to learn the language but I could still understand some of it because I can hear my parents kind of speaking, and so I can probably understand like maybe 20 to 30% of it. But yeah, I can't speak any of it.
Have you ever been to Vietnam, by the way?
Yeah. Actually, I've been there twice now. Just recently, I went there 2 years ago. I really like going back because I still have a lot of family back there, and yeah, it's starting to develop as a country. They're starting to become more more developed, and like for example, we're starting to see some game companies coming out of Vietnam, and so that's really exciting. It's really cool to see, and yeah, I love going back to Vietnam whenever I have some time to just getting back to my roots and just visiting some family that I still have back there. Yeah.
How did you, wait? If you want to make a game today, how will you start?
Yeah, that's a good question. The game industry today is way different than what it was 20 years ago. It's just so much more competitive. I mean, you have people making great games, and the market is really saturated with a lot of great games.
Yeah.
And at the same time, it's also saturated with a lot of shitty games where people are just trying to make a quick buck.
Yeah.
And that's unfortunate because it makes it really hard for the good games to get noticed because they have to fight for attention, and in a sea of all this crappy like quick games that are not really worthy. Yeah, cash grabs. Yeah, it's really difficult to get some attention and to to kind of get your game out there. So it's really difficult, and I feel really lucky to be to get into the game industry when it was kind of in its early stages, because nowadays honestly I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure how I would like if I were to redo Counter-Strike today. Yeah, honestly, I don't know. I can't really think about it. I'm not even sure if I would have succeeded. All I know is it would have been much more difficult because it would just be so competitive.
I mean, that's just kind of the consequences of having such a free market, with like games being easier to make than ever, but at the same time, then you have people trying to game the system. So
exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So yeah, it's tough. It's really tough. But I think if people have a really strong vision for a game idea, I think there's still there's still the opportunity to make like successful games if you have something that's really innovative and that kind of offers something different that isn't like for example games like PUBG, that kind of came out of nowhere,
No, I do believe
games like DayZ, these new kind of game ideas, they kind of come from the modding community, people just making mods.
No, I think it's still possible because if a game truly offers something interesting, people will notice.
Yeah.
But marketing is important to a degree to manage to stand out.
Yeah, exactly. Because back then, 20 years ago, marketing was something that I didn't really spend too much time on. It just happened organically, it was very organic. But these days, you have to really spend the money on marketing.
Besides CS, what other community-made Half-Life mods did you really like? Have you ever engaged with Half-Life mods?
Honestly, I didn't have the time to, because I was spending so much time. Like I was working on Counter-Strike, and I was in school, so I didn't really have too much time to actually play other mods. But I was aware of other mods, like there was the firearms mod. They were kind of like our competitors. But yeah. Oh, and also there was a mod called like the Specialists. This one became kind of popular later on. After like I think this one became popular in like 2000.
Yeah, it came out in 2005, actually 2006.
Right.
The Specialist.
Yeah. So this was a really cool mod because it was basically Action Quake 2, but in the Half-Life engine.
Yeah.
And you can do like really cool stunts in it. Yeah, it was like the Matrix basically.
Yeah, I think it also had a source version called Double Action Boogaloo.
Yes. Yeah.
I think it's made by the same people and the same idea. So.
Yes. Yeah, I'm friends with the guy that made it. His name is Jorge Rodriguez. yeah, he made Double Action Boogaloo and yeah, the Specialist. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, here's an interesting question. CS2 sucks. Would it be better if you still developed the game instead of Valve? I think that's a little difficult to answer.
Yeah, I mean, people. I hear people say it sucks, but yeah, I don't know. I think Valve. I've always had faith in them to kind of iron out any of the issues that they had. Because I remember when CS:GO was released, it had
was hated.
had a lot of people kind of hating it.
Yeah.
But eventually, near the end of its lifespan, people loved CS:GO. It was, So yeah, I mean, I would give it some time. Valve are gonna fix whatever it's fixing.
Yeah, I mean, this kind of goes back to our whole, like, the hatred for different CS versions is kind of generational. Like, even in the beta days, people hated changes in
Yeah. People would always say the previous beta was better. Yeah, it happens. But.
Yeah. Let's see here. I'm reading through some questions and I'm just seeing like repeats of topics we've already talked about. So I'm just like reading up to skip. Sorry guys. Wait. Did you specifically choose the Badlands Bowie for the No, you didn't work on 1.6, so that wasn't your choice. What was your most anticipating part of working with the on the original Counter-Strike for you?
So what was the best part? Like
I guess the best part of working on CS.
I think probably the best part was whenever we released new betas, we would always review all of the maps. So the best part was basically getting to kind of play test all of the levels that the community would submit to us, and then we would kind of like pick and choose which ones were the best. That was always the most exciting time for me, because I remember like we would play like probably like maybe 20 maps before we would decide on picking, because we had to pick like only 5 or 6 of them. So we had to play like 20 or 30 maps before we can decide, and it was a tough decision because sometimes I would agree I like this map, but then Cliffy kind of would like another map. So sometimes we would disagree on which maps to include for sure. But yeah, those are the best times, because getting to play the new maps was always a lot of fun. Yeah.
What are some iconic guns that were also considered to be featured but scrapped last minute?
I don't think there was any. Like every time I wanted to add a gun, I just added it. Like I never really, because I was the one that made the final decision.
Yeah.
It was every gun that I added was always because I just wanted to gun. Like for example, the M249 Para. I added that one because I saw it in a movie. Like I saw it in a movie that I watched, and I said, "Oh, that gun looks so cool," and so I added that one. I think if you ask me what gun do I regret adding, I would say I think this the CZ, the pistol, the CZ pistol. Or sorry, no, the 570.
The 5.7.
Yeah. The FN 57. So it fired like that small little 5.7 bullet. Yeah, I thought that one was kind of like I probably if I had to pick, that was probably my least favorite gun. Yeah, the 5.7. Yeah. And the UMP, like the UMP 45, I thought that gun was kind of, see, when I added those guns, we were getting to a point where I had to like find these new guns to add, but I didn't really have have any strong opinions on guns to add. So I kind of just like randomly picked some random guns that were kind of new, but that haven't been in other games. So I picked like the UMP 45 and like the 5.7, and they weren't, to be honest, they weren't really my favorite looking guns, but I just added them because we wanted to add some new guns to the CS arsenal. And I think eventually they weren't really that popular. Like people didn't really use the UMP 45 that much.
Yeah, people just ended up using the most viable ones, I guess.
Yeah, like the MP5 was always kind of like the best SMG for sure.
Yeah. What is your opinion on CS Source? Did it hit the classic but modernized mark?
Yeah, I mean, like at the time, like I didn't play it myself, but I remember just listening to the community feedback. Like every version that gets released, when CS Source was released, people hated it because they hated the movement, because the movement of the Source engine, they felt that it was really different than the Half-Life engine. So they felt that the movement felt too like slippery, like too much like Super Mario Brothers. So Valve had a hard time kind of like trying to fine tune the player movement in CS Source, because they wanted it to feel like CS 1.6. So I remember they spent several, but eventually CS Source turned out to be pretty good. I mean, I think all of the Counter Strikes, after like several patches, Valve they figured out figured out how to make them better.
I personally have a bit of a weird opinion, and people give me flack for it sometimes, because I've always thought that CS Source is a little bit underwhelming because it's just an HD remake of CS of the original CS. I always thought that there could have been more done with the Source engine, because it's the friggin' Source engine. Maybe could have advanced the franchise, but you know, it's been years. It is what it is.
Yeah, that's a good point. They didn't really change much fundamentally. Like the gameplay was pretty much identical. But I think they did that on purpose because they wanted people on 1.6 to kind of just jump over the CS Source.
I mean, that's
so they
the
didn't
safe
want
bet.
to. Yeah.
That was the safe bet answer.
Yeah.
So do you like the way that CS is looking nowadays? If not, what would you change? Love from Bosnia. I guess this is more so like art style wise.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I mean, I think CS2 looks great. I think Valve are doing a good job of kind of not changing it too much. But I do think that I think if I were to change one thing, I would probably want to make the graphics look more kind of closer to like something that like the latest Call of Duty. Like I kind of prefer graphics that kind of look more realistic and more like when you like they look more realistic. Whereas the new CS2, it has a little bit of a stylistic look to it. It's not like it's not like super 100% realistic. It's a little bit stylized slightly, but
a smidge like
I think
cartoony.
Yeah, it's almost kind of like there's like a little bit of TF2 in there, like a little bit. But I think that's just that's kind of Valve style, and but I mean, it's just everybody has a personal taste. But me personally, I kind of like like Call of Duty Modern Warfare, like the latest one.
Gritty,
kind of
like more realistic and gritty.
Yeah, more realistic and gritty.
But that's kind of like the thing about the CS2's art style being more colorful and cartoony. I think that's just and stylized. I think that's just more of a consequence of it being competitive, because when it's cartoony, it runs better and it colors and everything are more distinct.
More. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. I think they did that because they wanted the character models to kind of like stand out from the environment better.
Yeah.
So
because if you look at early CS:GO, it has like these very muted colors, because that was also the trend at the time, with every military game being gray and brown. But then it moved away from that because the visibility wise, it's not very good, I guess.
Yeah, that's a good point.
To me, it's slightly reminiscent of CS 1.6 here, because also you can see here, because it's due to the limitations of its time, but you can see the colors are also very distinct. So
that pops out.
Yeah, that's one thing that helped CS 1.6, and I think they took from it. But anyway, but also if you look at any other competitive first-person shooter like Rainbow Six Siege or Valorant, they're also like colorful and stylized. They're all working the same way.
Yeah, I guess Rainbow Six Siege. I played a bit of Rainbow Six Siege. It was pretty enjoyable. I think the one thing I didn't like about Rainbow Six Siege is sometimes like I would get like a lucky headshot from like across the map with a pistol. I hated that. Like I would like shoot some guy like maybe like 500 feet away with a pistol. I would like one shot him, and I wasn't like, it was just random. So I hated that. I felt that there was too much. Sometimes it had to, like there was too many times where I would get killed by a lucky headshot. To me, I felt that was a bit too random. I didn't like that part about it. But other than that, I thought it was a pretty good game. Rainbow Six Siege was all right. I enjoyed it.
It's still popular. So,
Yeah.
how was your work as a game designer at Pearl Abyss? Any news about Plan 8 that you can share?
So yeah, unfortunately, a lot of the stuff that I worked on at Pearl Abyss, it's pretty secretive stuff. Unfortunately, I can't really talk too much about it. I can say that Plan 8 is, I believe it's still, it's still being developed, but I think, so what happened is the company wanted to focus most of their resources on Crimson Desert. So I think, so I think what they're gonna do is they want to try to finish Crimson Desert first, and then after that they're probably gonna reallocate more people to work on Plan 8. Yeah. But when I was working there, some of the, like a lot of the developers that I worked there, and they were like just really, really top notch, like incredible, like especially the artists there are just super, like they're the best that I've, like, even as good as the guys I worked with at Valve. So they have incredible talent at Pearl Abyss, and yeah, I really enjoyed working at that company. And the only reason I left was because my wife, she had a hard time kind of adjusting to like living in Korea. So she wanted to, like, she kind of just preferred the life in Canada, because she can kind of like pursue her career a bit better here. So
Yeah.
But yeah.
But don't you
that's
prefer
pretty much
personally South Korea because of the this difference in weather?
Actually, South Korea has interesting weather. Like in the summer, it gets pretty hot. Like it can get up to like mid 30 degrees Celsius, and it gets really cold as well. So they have a very wide variance of temperatures. Whereas in here in Vancouver, like our temperatures, they tend to be very like moderate. Like it doesn't get super hot and it doesn't get like super cold. So because we live near the water, so it tends to kind of like keep temperatures pretty moderate. And also one of the things about Korea is the air quality is not the best. Like I had a lot of problems with my sinuses, so I like my allergies. So I had a lot of like allergies living in Korea because I got allergic to a lot of the air the air quality. It wasn't so bad, so I had to wear a lot of like masks whenever I went outside.
Yeah.
So that was kind of uncomfortable.
Because of the population density, and there's a lot of like noise, traffic, and like cars everywhere.
Yeah.
Anyway.
It's just a populated city. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like any big city. Yeah.
So this one is like a quick two questions. Is he still in contact with Jess Cliff? And will Minh appear at any future majors?
The last time I spoke to Jess Cliff was maybe 3 or 4 years ago. Yeah, because as you know, he had some problems like with some legal issues. So yeah, his life was kind of like not the best, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because he was having some issues with that, and like we talked about that, and honestly, I think a lot of it was kind of overblown. Like I think the media kind of made it look worse than it really was.
Yeah.
Like.
Apparently,
I think he did make a mistake, but I don't think it was as bad as what the media made it look like. They made it look like he was like Subway Jared. It's like he's not like that. He's not like a pedophile.
Yeah. No, when I looked at the details, apparently he was like kind of catfished, but then the media went with the more sensationalized version.
Yeah, exactly.
But
it was a case of him being catfished.
Yeah.
And I felt really, I just felt kind of I felt really bad because I felt like the media didn't treat him very fairly.
Yeah.
I felt like they kind of spun it in a way that trying to sensationalize it, like made him look like
kind of demonized him, even though in the end he didn't.
It did.
He didn't end up going to jail, or I think even having a criminal record or anything.
Well, yeah, for sure. Like he didn't go to jail. He didn't do any time. Like the courts, they basically settled it, and they basically they determined that he didn't really do anything that was like a serious crime.
Yeah,
that
or
didn't
in bad
like
faith.
it didn't deserve. it didn't deserve any jail time. Exactly. So it was just a mistake, and he, like, it was just it was a case of him being catfished by.
Yeah.
By
Yeah, well, but it still sucks because I think because of that he was initially he was still working at Valve, but then he got suspended and eventually maybe lost his job. Like it's kind of unknown
yeah,
where he is right
yeah.
now.
Yeah, well, he did lose his job at Valve, and yeah, I mean, I feel sorry for how it turned out for him. I do feel bad for him. I mean, because honestly, when I worked with him, he was like, I mean, he still is. He's like he was one of the greatest persons that I enjoyed working with, because he was just someone that I could just really relate to on a personal level. Like, we always had a lot in common. Like our sense of humor was the same, and I never thought he was like a bad person at all. Like in my I think I known him for like 15 20 years now, and every time I talked to him, I never got like a vibe where he was like a bad person. It was just like he's just a dude, So I
just
think
a
what
shitty
happened was
situation.
pretty unfortunate. Yeah, it is. I thought it was just unfortunate. And
well, let's just pray at the very least that if anything, he's in a good mental space, because it's been years, and I think most people have forgotten about it. But it's just unfortunate that kind of the damage has already been done.
Yeah, it sucks that once the media kind of put that story out, it's really hard to
mentally
kind of like
move away from it.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to kind of get away from it, because people don't want to hear his side of it, So yeah.
Okay. Do you still want to continue? There's a few more questions. Do you have time?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'm pretty good. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, keep going.
Okay. All right. Let me look at something that is interesting or we haven't talked about. What does it feel to know you've created one, if not the most iconic FPS of our generation?
Yeah, I feel very proud. Like when I was at the HOTV Awards, when I got to meet a lot of the people that are part of the community, and just kind of like seeing their success in life, it made me feel very just proud and like really happy to be able to kind of like be a part of their lives in a positive way. So yeah, I think it's definitely the highlight of my career. Like if I never make any other games again, I'll be happy to know that I was able to be a part of like Counter-Strike and its success. And yeah, it's I mean, and also I have to thank Valve for their their continue to support the game and just to keep the legacy growing, because it's really them that's really keeping it so up to date and so modern. And yeah.
Well, it's pretty successful statistically, so, and on that side of things they are doing a pretty good job, but how people feel is kind of irrelevant at the end of the day, because like the haters are the voices that you're gonna hear the most of anyways. So
yeah.
Do you still have the Steam 2002 CS 1.4 beta files? If not, do you have any information about it, as this is lost media? Znifern, a fellow YouTuber.
I'm sorry, do I still have the Steam CS?
Yeah. Do you still have the Steam 2002 CS 1.4 beta files?
Oh, CS 1.4 beta files.
Yeah.
No, I don't. Yeah, I don't. In fact, I don't have any files from CS beta. Unfortunately, I just didn't keep them. Yeah. So if anybody has them, it's probably Valve, I would say. Yeah. But no, I don't have them. Yeah.
Okay. Do you think CS 1.6 source Go aged well?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, eventually they got replaced by CS2. So yeah, I think Valve they've done a really good job of just kind of keeping the legacy growing. And I mean, just if you look at how many people still play CS today, I think that's really the true sign of how well they've aged. Yeah.
There's even like still around between 10 and 15,000 people on Steam playing CS 1.6, and probably thousands
Wow.
more pirated. Oh yeah, if you
Wow,
didn't know,
really?
by the way, yeah, if you go to like SteamDB, like Steam charts or anything, and you look up the original CS, there's still thousands of people. And in my experience, I've been to a lot of servers where, if you look at the scoreboard here, the people that have profile picture are Steam, the other are non-Steam, and there's like thousands non-Steam on a lot of servers from various regions around the world, mostly like South America, Southeast Asia. A lot of people still play it there.
Yeah, I guess it's because they don't have the best computer hardware to run the latest versions.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah.
Is there any meaning behind the fake weapon manufacturer names? Like we've talked about earlier, or are they just parody?
Yeah, most of them I just kind of made them up because I was just kind of having fun. Yeah. Like it's like I just try to come up with some fake names that just sounded sounded similar to the original names, but not too like for example the Nighthawk, exactly. Yeah.
Were you? Oh, this is an interesting one. Were you aware of the development of Counter-Strike Neo by Namco, and did it pique your interest at all when you found out about it?
You mean the Japanese version?
Yeah, the arcade, the Japanese arcade CS.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. When I first saw that, I saw it. I think it was on a website. Somebody showed it to me, and I was really kind of amazed by it because I love Japanese culture. Like I watch a lot of Japanese anime, that kind of thing. So when I saw them making a Japanese anime version of CS, I thought it was like, damn. I thought, man, Counter-Strike has become like really like worldwide like success.
Yeah.
So I was really honored that they would actually do that and make a kind of an anime version that would kind of appeal to the Japanese market.
Yeah.
So it was awesome. It was really cool seeing that. Yeah, I thought it was cool. I visited Japan and I was able to see it in real life as well.
You've seen the real arcade cabinets?
Yeah. I saw the arcades Counter-Strike Neo. I should have taken a picture, but I remember seeing it in real life in Tokyo, and I was just kind of laughing.
Because the game was relatively popular in that sense, because the whole reason it kind of exists, like the story behind it is that CS was popular everywhere in the world except Asia. For people in Asia, because people in Asia are mostly about strategy and MMOs and all that kind of stuff. So a game like CS didn't exactly appeal to them, but Valve really wanted to have a piece of cake from that market, but they couldn't just port CS 1.6 to or Source to Japan, so they were like, how can we make a localized version? And they created this collaboration with Namco, and Namco was like, well, people in Japan love arcades, let's make an arcade game, and they gave them the rights, and that Namco made CS Neo. Yeah.
Interesting. But was it a single player game or was it multiplayer?
No, it was multiplayer. Like LAN parties, there were supposedly tournaments where people won prizes and money. It was popular to a degree, but it wasn't that different actually. The way it played, it was still regular CS because it is based on CS Condition 0, just kind of like reskinned with like weirdly mixed together with like CS Source graphics. I don't know how they did that, and also they had like cosmetics that you could unlock or pay to unlock. Like the way the arcades worked is like with a chip card that recognizes your account and everything.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, that's how it worked. And it was popular, but they kind of started closing down around 2010, 2011-ish, and eventually the cabinets disappeared, and God knows where the originals are. But the game can be emulated. It does exist in a way, and there's like an entire website dedicated to CS Neo. Because there's a manga, too, about CS Neo, because Namco did make a story in it. So there's like a visual novel manga, I think. No, it's more of a visual novel.
Wow.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah,
too bad they didn't make a cartoon, like an anime.
I mean, if it was really popular, maybe they could have. But yeah, it's an interesting part of like the CS's past in Asia. But yeah, there's also like CS Nixon, if you know about that.
Yeah. I mean, I know the Koreans, they made their own version. Yeah. It was cool.
Yeah.
When I was in Korea in 2007, I saw like a lot of different Counter-Strike clones. So
the infamous Crossfire that's really popular in Asia.
Yeah, super popular. Sudden Attack, Crossfire, those games. Yeah.
Should we continue or do we move on with like the final segment? How do you feel?
Sure. I mean, yeah, we can do the final segment. Yeah.
Okay, so should we stop with the questions because like there's still more, and I think people are continuing to submit more. But
Oh, okay.
if you
Maybe
want,
we can do one more from the community if you can find one more that's different.
yeah, I'll look for one.
Or maybe actually, can you show me the questions and then I can pick one more or two more? Can you show? Okay. So those are the questions.
Yeah.
Were there any original game modes planned? Blah blah blah. What if two players shoot each other with a deadly weapon? Oh, interesting. Why, if two players shoot each other with a deadly round, only one player is killed? Was it coded like some other thing? Yeah, it's because whenever a player shoots, it only takes the events in sequence. So whoever pressed the button first and sent that command. So whoever presses the shoot button, he sends a command to the server, and whenever the server gets the command, he'll initiate the very first person that did it. So if two people press the same button at the same time, the server only receives one of them first, and basically the first one who receives it. So who has the best internet will win that one. So,
yeah, I guess it becomes so specific that there's no realistic way a round can end in a draw with two people shooting each other at the exact same time.
Yeah. I mean, it's possible to do it, but you would have to change the code to kind of accommodate like two people sending. It's just a lot of work, and to be honest,
because interestingly in CS 1.6, the round draw is kind of possible. Like there is the voice line, and there is like it is coded in for a round to draw, but there's not exactly a way for people to shoot each other at the exact same time to draw a round like that in a realistic setting.
Actually, the round draw thing was, I think we had some game modes that could end in a round draw.
Oh, is that why?
Yeah, because back in the betas, there was like, I think hostage rescue. We had a condition where, like, yeah, we did have conditions where the round would be drawn. I just can't remember them exactly. Like maybe if the counter terrorists. They pick up the hostage, but they didn't escort them to the end.
Okay,
I can't remember, but I remember do having round draws. Yeah.
So it did initially have a purpose, but then just was a remnant
it did have a purpose
from the past.
Yeah, but eventually we probably just removed the round draws because it didn't make sense. But yeah.
Okay. Well, did you want to stop there? I mean, I don't want to push my luck here.
Yeah. Maybe. Okay.
There's like a lot more in here. I've categorized them, and they become longer and longer. If you want to pick one more, I guess.
Maybe okay. I'll pick one more. What do you feel about the bottom season? Can you scroll down one page? Like about. Okay, so how about this one? You mentioned you were following IEM Katowice in Poland. Yeah, so I started watching a lot of the pro esports teams. Like I watched like the Blast Bounty and like the Shanghai Majors. And so I really enjoyed it because I was able to see like a lot of how the pro players played. And honestly, they play pretty much how I used to play back in the betas, but they're just much better at it. So I mean, fundamentally, the game of Counter-Strike, it hasn't really changed that much. Like it's all about like reflexes and making sure to crouch when you shoot, and it's all about movement. They have a system where they call it counter strafing. Like the pro players don't do counter strafing. So all of these little elements, I used to do them when I was playing the betas. So fundamentally, it's kind of interesting to see how the game has kind of remained the same in the core game mechanics, but obviously the graphical and the visual fidelity has kept kind of improved to kind of keep up with today's standards, and so it was cool. Yeah, like when I think about it, like exactly, like because back when I played the betas, I was pretty good. I was always like top 3 on the scoreboards, and like I try sometimes to think maybe I should have been an esports player because I did make the game. So I wonder how good I would have been. But I think when I look at some of the top players now, yeah, I was never that good. Some of these guys, they're just like inhuman. It's almost like they're using an aimbot or something.
Yeah, I
But
mean,
it's
you would have had to like forfeit your entire game dev career to be a pro player.
yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
But
it does involve a lot.
yeah, but nah, it's cool. But it's cool to see. It's cool to see how people are still playing the same fundamentally the same game that I was playing like 20 years ago. So.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's not prolong this anymore. I guess we should move on to the final segment, and this is
Yeah, I
where
can do your questions. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I have actually. You know what? Before we move on to the final set, if you don't mind me asking like some important questions, some
Yeah,
final
sure.
like important questions, then we'll get to like chat messages, requests, and so on and so forth. Who was Justin De Jong exactly?
Oh, yeah. So Justin De Jong, he made CS Siege,
Yeah.
and he made some of the most popular maps back in the day. So yeah, he was just an incredible mapper, and so unfortunately, he committed suicide.
Yeah.
Shortly after making. So I think he made like 3 or 4 Counter-Strike maps, and then he committed suicide, and like it was a huge shock to us. Like everybody in the community loved him because he was like at the time he was basically the best Counter-Strike mapper. Like every map that he made was popular. It ended up being super popular, like Siege. Yeah, and just every map that he touched was like was just played so many times. So
Yeah.
so he was one of the biggest influences in Counter Strike because of just the maps that he made for the early betas.
So yeah, he had a lot of impact because his name, as you can see here, it's on Dust 2. There's a memoriam, and there's a couple of other maps where there's another like in memory of Justin De Jong, and D Atstick also had one in its early versions, but there's not a whole lot known about him and who he was as a person because it was like so early.
So yeah, no, but so basically he was a very influential mapper in the community. Like everybody looked up to him. Like all of the other mappers, they really they were inspired by his maps basically. So and even myself, I really love just his creations and just every time he submitted new maps for us, we always were excited to kind of play them because we knew that he was such a quality guy. And but
was
unfortunately,
he also a close friend? Like
no, I didn't. So a lot of the mappers, we didn't really talk much on a personal level. We always just kind of talk, mostly just like on like suggestions on how to improve the game, how to like improve the map and that kind of thing. So we weren't able to communicate on a personal level. So his death was really a shock to everybody, and because we didn't know what he was going through. And so we didn't really know how to process it and like even we were pretty young ourselves. We were like 21 or 22, so everybody was really quite in shock because everybody in the community, we were all very very like just kind of pretty young, and we didn't know how to deal with something like that.
It makes sense. You were all very young and spry and having fun with this mod, but then a fellow mapper
this
takes
tragedy,
his own life at age 18 is like so shocking and like
it was
tragic.
It was, and I still think about him because it was it's such a tragedy because he was so talented, you know. He could, if he was here today, he definitely would have been making some incredible games. So
been a really good level designer.
Yeah, I know. So it's one of the things that I remember quite vividly. Just his death was such a huge shock to everybody. Yeah. So
that's quite tragic.
Yeah.
Well, moving on from one tragedy to another tragedy. This is a question that's a bit of a weird one that I kind of came up with, and because I'm just so morbidly curious about this. So CS released in the year 2000. It was popular and all that, and then 1 year later, 9/11 happened. How did that not have an impact on the game, considering its themes of terrorism? I've kind of like thought about that. Was there like, you have any like memories of like concerns
Yeah.
of like, oh no, this like anti-terrorism culture, is it gonna spill into our game? And
Yeah, that's a good point. In fact, a lot of people think that Counter-Strike was made because of 9/11. They thought it was made because after 9/11, I got the inspiration to do it. But no. Counter-Strike came out in 1999, so this was well before 9/11. So I remember when 9/11 occurred, it was just a huge fundamental change in the whole world, in society. And people, we did get a lot of criticism from the media, saying that our game like kind of influenced it, you know. But we didn't feel that, it was something that we could have properly addressed. Because we still, I mean, maybe we were just being young, and maybe we didn't really want to address it. But I still felt like 9/11 happened. It happened not because of Counter-Strike. It just, the world was just, it was a very complicated place. And I think 9/11 probably would have happened even if Counter-Strike wasn't really available,
yeah.
So in fact, there was some documentary that kind of discovered some of the things on Bin Laden's hard drives.
He had CS on his hard drive. Yeah.
No, he didn't. But I was kind of like, no, yeah, because he had like other games. I think he had like Quake or some Doom games or something like that. But apparently he was a gamer. So, but I don't think that influenced his decisions. So I don't know. It's like these are topics that I don't really. I don't think I'm qualified to really answer. But yeah, I mean, to answer your question, did it affect the development of Counter-Strike? Not so much.
Oh, no, I don't think it affected the development.
Yeah.
I was just more so curious if there was like any outcry, like people trying to make a connection that like, CS promotes terrorism, or somebody calling for CS to be banned, just typical things from like boomers and older generations.
Yeah, that did happen. It did happen like at several points. But for the most part, we were able to just kind of
navigate
through it.
Yeah.
And just kind of just keep developing the game in spite of those criticisms.
Yeah, but, because there was after that event, after that tragedy happened, there was like a big cultural shift, and certain things changed. Some died, others were like taken out of like TV or anything. It was a big thing. But when I think about it, it's like, well, but CS literally has terrorism and explosions, but it was like not affected at all. So yeah, I was just kind of like thinking about that one day.
That's a good point. I mean, I think I mean, I guess we didn't really feel the pressure. I mean, I guess there was pressure, but I mean, we just felt like so many people were playing the game, and they kind of knew what they were getting into. They kind of knew this game was about terrorists.
Yeah.
So we felt like there wasn't a lot we could do. Like, we're not going to replace the terrorists with aliens. So it just felt like the game has already been established. There's not, we can't put the genie back in the bottle. So it felt like, there's not much we could have done.
Oh yeah. Oh no, that's by the way something that certain people occasionally bring up today about CS, that maybe if it stays away from the whole like realistic terrorism thing, it would be more widely accepted. It would be more mainstream, and in esports, more companies would be willing to put their name. There's like this. It's a bit conspiratorial, and I don't think it holds any credence at all. I don't think it matters because it's still just a video game. So what if it has the word terrorism? I personally don't think it matters. But
I mean, that's a good point. I always ask myself this question: what if Counter-Strike wasn't about terrorists? What if it was about cops and robbers? Or what if it was about like a different theme?
Yeah.
I sometimes ask myself, would it be as popular? Honestly, I don't know. Because sometimes I think people play Counter-Strike because they like the theme. They like the theme of counter-terrorists. Like they like being able to play as like a SAS or a GIGN. I think that's part of the charm of what makes people enjoy Counter-Strike. So if we were to remove the counter-terrorist aspect of it and kind of replace them as just like generic criminals or like, you know, maybe like drug dealers or something like that, I mean, would people still play it? You know, honestly, I don't know. But I know myself personally, the reason I made Counter-Strike, the reason I played it was because I wanted to play as a counter-terrorist. I wanted to like fight against counter-terrorists. So the theme of the Counter-Strike was pretty important for me. But sometimes when I look at people that play Counter-Strike, you know, there's probably a big audience that they don't really care that it's about terrorism. They just like the fact that it's a shooter game. Yeah. So yeah, it's a good question. I'm not sure how important the theme is to some of these people, but I know for some players like myself, I wouldn't really play Counter-Strike if it wasn't about that, you know? So yeah. I mean, because people can play games like Valorant, right? Oh wow, this is an old video. I did an interview with CBC.
Yeah. So I was just about to show this for like my final question. So in this in this interview, let me just show for the audience. Oops, they're not supposed to see that. In this interview, this is for people that don't know. This is a segment from the documentary called "The First Person Shooter."
Yes.
Yeah, it's just a. Is
it on YouTube? It's on YouTube, right?
Yeah. If you look up
first person shooter,
documentary 2002, you're gonna get results for it, and just for people who want to know the context of this documentary, is just an old boomer guy has a son who's addicted to CS, and this guy wants to understand why do people like games, and he thinks, and this dad thinks they're violent, so he tries to like figure out the culture and everything, how it works. And one of the things he did is travel to Canada and interview a 20-year-old Minh and ask him about the game and stuff. So the reason I'm bringing this up is because here in this documentary, one thing that is mentioned is that Minh has made more than $250,000 from this game. Like, is that accurate in any way? Do you remember if you told them that?
Yeah, I think that's. I think including the like at the time, I think that was probably accurate. Yeah.
So, because I know it's been like 25 years, it probably doesn't matter, but how much did you sell the CS franchise for to Valve? Like 5 figures, 6 figures? You've mentioned that you and Jess Cliff were broke college students, so you would have like taken anything at that age.
They misspelled my name. You know, honestly, I'm not allowed to say, to be honest, even if I can tell you. Let's just say this.
Like a vague figure. Are you like allowed to say like a vague figure?
How about if I can say 5 or 6 figures? Let me see.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, hang on. How many figures? Let me. It was 6 figures.
Okay. What? On top of that, were there like any extra like royalties, residuals for a copy sold of the game? No, just that's it.
No, we sold them the IP,
and that's it.
Complete. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, basically, we sold it. Like we gave, it was basically 100% royalty. Because we didn't even think that they were gonna sell the game, because when we sold it to them, it was a free mod. So I felt like, how are you guys gonna make money off of this? This is a free. People can download this game for free. So I didn't even have the idea of asking for royalties. I was like, royalties on a free game. So no, that wasn't in the. No, we didn't ask for that. No, that wasn't part of it.
Okay. Well,
so we basically just kind of gave them the IP for for 6 figures. You know.
Okay, because sometimes I would hear people say, you know. Not because it's like unknown information, but like some people think, well, wow, CS is so popular, the creator must be filthy rich or something like that. And of course, they don't know the story, or other people that know that Minh made the game. Oh, he's probably getting royalties and he's well off for the rest of his life. But in reality,
no, unfortunately, that's not the case. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I can't. I mean, I'm not really at liberty to say a lot, but yeah. I'll just say this. I'm not like I still have to work.
Yeah.
If I stop working right now, I'll probably have to live on the streets. So no, I'm not. I'm not like I'm
Mhm.
not financially like I
Mhm.
can't. I can't just retire right now. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah, basically,
Yeah. And
unfortunate, but
was this what we were working on here? The CS sequel prototype, by the way.
yeah. Basically, this is the animations that I was making for the prototype for Counter Strike.
Mm-hmm.
CS2 basically. And
Mm-hmm.
so I was using 3D Studios Max to animate those characters, and yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it was yeah.
That's a very futuristic PC for its time, by the way. It's like a flat screen on an
Um,
arm. Like this setup looks very futuristic for its time.
yeah, well, because I remember I purchased that arm because I wanted something that was very ergonomic because I was sitting so much and I was having a lot of back problems.
Mm-hmm.
So because of that, I had to make sure that my computer setup was as ergonomic as possible.
Okay. Okay.
So that was basically my room. Basically, I would just kind of sleep over there. I would
Mm-hmm.
wake up and then I would work. So this is actually the basement of my parents' house. So I was basically living with
Oh.
my parents.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And you're wearing glasses, but I've never seen you wear glasses.
Oh yeah. So I used to wear glasses. I used to wear contacts, and then I got like laser surgery.
Mm-hmm.
Probably like 20 years ago, maybe 15 years ago, I think. So yeah, but I wore glasses for a lot from like my high school. So I wore glasses for like 7 or 8 years. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I suppose like
Yeah.
LASIK surgery that like corrects your vision.
Yeah. So basically, I got that LASIK surgery thing probably 20 years ago, I think. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I think 20 years ago.
Hey,
And
it's been holding up.
I,
'Cause-
yeah, I can see pretty well.
yeah.
Yeah, it's still holding up. Yeah.
Because I've heard some people like they would get LASIK early on, but then
Mhm.
over time it would still deteriorate. But that might be like dependent on
Mm,
genetics and the person's
yeah,
eyes. It's,
perhaps. Yeah,
yeah.
but yeah, for me, I would say I would say I'm still pretty. It's not as good as like when I first got it for sure because I was able to see 2020. So I think right now it's probably like maybe I would say it's probably like maybe 15% as 50% degraded from
Mhm.
what it was like when I first got it.
I
Yeah.
mean, for 20 years, that's pretty good. All right. Anyway,
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah.
chat. Leave your final questions, messages. If anybody has anything to say, now is your chance. It's your final chance. I'm sorry, we didn't have enough time to read all of the questions, but it's kind of my fault. We spent so much time on like tangents and like rambling about CS for like the 3 hours, and we're kind of also going over time a little bit. But if anybody has any final message or question to ask, you could like I have the chat open. You guys can send anything to him. Don't ask me. Ask only him
Yeah.
because you may never get another chance like this. Who knows?
Mhm. So I just want to say thank you to your community for watching and for being a part of this community, like the Counter Strike community. And yeah, door stuck. Oh, I love that meme. Door stuck,
Yeah,
door
yeah,
stuck.
yeah.
Yeah, that's
Door stuff.
I love. That was like the funniest video, man. I fucking love door stuck. Yeah.
Yeah.
People got stuck in the door. Yeah, dude. There's one thing that people don't realize. I remember in the very first betas, when you died, you became a ghost, right? Like a spectator.
Yeah.
But we had a bug in the very first version. Is when you died, you were a spectator, but you can still float around the level. But one bug that we had is you can open doors. So
Oh.
as a ghost. So one of the levels, they had like so many doors, and so whenever the players, we had like a bunch of dead players, but they would always be running around the level opening doors.
Yeah.
So the players that were still alive, they were listening to all these doors opening, and they thought it was like they thought they were like real players there. So it was like the ghosts were kind of going around like opening up all these doors, and it was so
Oh yeah.
like
Yeah.
it was so hard because the people that were still playing,
I've
they
seen
didn't know if he was
screenshots.
like a real player.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've seen
So
screenshots of like the spectator ghosts thing, and it was like promptly removed because of the doors.
yeah. But that was probably one of the funnest bugs because like I remember one time like there would always be like a camper, like there was be one guy, he'd be camping in a dark room. And so all of the ghosts, they would go inside that guy's room and just like opening doors left and right, blah, blah, blah, and the doors would just be going up and down, up and down. It was so hilarious. And the guy was in there. He was like, "What the fuck is going on?" He's so scared because he thought it was like a real person. So, but
here's a good one. Was he familiar with FPS Banana?
Oh yeah, FPS Banana. They hosted all of the cool skins that people would.
They started as a CS 1.6 like site for hosting mods and maps and everything.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Yeah, I used to go to FPS Banana to check out all the cool skins that people made, and yeah, that was huge. FPS Banana. Yeah, are they still around?
Now they're called just Game Banana, and they've like expanded to every game possible. Not just FPSs in CS.
Okay,
makes sense. They changed management. They've like it's been through a lot in its 20+ year lifespan. But yeah, it started as CS, but then moved on to FPSs, and now it's like for everything. It still has all the CS stuff. It has like uploads from like 19 years ago. I have found on there.
Cool. That's cool. But I know FPS Banana. Yeah.
Minh, really cool. Minh, are you planning to explore the Balkans?
I was in Serbia for HLTV. That's probably the closest I've been to the Balkans. I'd love to visit like Russia or because I know Russia. There's a really big like CS community there. And,
the biggest actually today for CS 1.6. There's thousands of servers. Yep, thousands upon thousands of servers, and they are all exclusively in Russian. And if the server detects you are not from Russia, it will kick you. There are actual servers like that.
Wow, that is so interesting. And actually, it's funny because a lot of the good esports players are from Russia right now.
Yeah,
like Team Spirit, like Donk, and those guys. They're Russian. But so yeah, it's cool.
Or Scandinavia.
No.
There was one really dumb question, but let's humor it. Do you have a kink? Nexus asks, "Do you have a kink, or is that like not for the public to know?"
I mean,
I don't want to put you on the spot.
Okay, I do have a kink. I like stuffed animals. Like, I like cute things. Okay, I just like so I have a lot of like stuffed animals that kind of cute.
So
I have this little troll here. It's like. Hello.
So like most.
So I guess that would be my kink. I like stuffed animals and
cute things. I mean, if you love anime,
I mean, because I always liked them as a kid. I just never grew out of it because most people kind of grow out of that phase.
It's okay. Yeah. Like it. So South Korea and Japan love their cute culture.
I guess they do, but I mean. I don't know why I like it. I mean, I guess because I like animals as well. I like little cute dogs and I just like cute things. I guess
All right,
but it's kind of weird because I also like guns, so people always think that's kind of like opposites.
I mean, it's cute animals with guns also works.
Yeah.
Thoughts on Classic Offensive?
Oh yeah, actually, I know the guy that worked on that. It was kind of sad to see that Valve canceled it. So Classic Offensive is basically that mod that's trying to recreate the feeling of CS 1.6 or something. But they're trying to like recreate the old feeling.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was kind of sad that Valve had to cancel that.
No, apparently they haven't actually canceled it. It's just they're not getting an answer.
Oh really? Oh gosh.
I think the issue initially arose because from some internal like Steam APIs or something, then the name of their game disappeared, so they thought that their project is canceled. Valve canceled them, but apparently I'm not sure. I think it wasn't that big of a deal, but yeah, it still sucks that Valve isn't responding to them. It's kind of weird, but it's Valve. They work in mysterious ways.
Yeah, that's it is. They're kind of hard to get a hold of sometimes, but yeah, hopefully it gets revived because I was looking at some of the stuff that they were doing, and it looks pretty impressive, for what they're trying to create, and because as you said, there's a lot of people that still play 1.6, so I think there would be a lot of audience for that kind of game. Yeah.
I mean, if you ever wanted to know, The CS 1.6 player base peaked in 2008 on Steam with 300,000 concurrent in-game
Wow.
players, and it was basically the most played Steam game for the first 10 or 12 years of Steam's lifespan. And not even CS Source would top it for the first 10 years.
I see a question. What is my favorite non-FPS game? Oh, that's a good question. Well, I guess Cyberpunk wouldn't call, because Cyberpunk is an FPS. I just recently played Cyberpunk, and I loved that. That was awesome. But my non-FPS game, I used to play a lot of flight simulators back in the day. Okay, there was this old game called Strike Commander. I think most of your audience wouldn't know this game. But if you Google Strike Commander, it's basically a game where you can play as you fly like these jets, and it was just really cool. I don't know. For its time, Strike Commander, like Counter-Strike, Counter-Strike. Yeah, Strike Commander. Yeah, that one, Strike Commander. Yeah, this game was fucking awesome. I love this game because I love like military like hardware, and I used to love like flying. Playing flight simulators, and so this game was more of like a flight simulator, but it had like a campaign. So it's kind of like Ace Combat. Yeah, it's kind of like Ace Combat, basically like that. So this game came out before Ace Combat, but it's made by Chris Roberts. And so Chris Roberts is somebody who made a game called Wing Commander. And right now he's making a game called Star Citizen. You probably heard of Star Citizen.
Yeah.
Right. So Chris Roberts is the guy who is making Star Citizen. He made this game called Flight Commander. Oh, Strike Commander. And when he first made this game, it was super popular. Like everybody was waiting for this game, and yeah, I played the shit out of this game. I love this game. This game is so cool because it was basically, for its time, it was super cutting edge. Like it was the first game to have like these really cutting edge graphics, and it was basically like Ace Combat, but before Ace Combat was a thing.
It does look quite advanced for its time. Like I can see this is like rasterized, like
because
these
this was
3D
like
planes.
1996 or 1990s?
No, 1993 it says here.
Holy shit, for real, 1993. Yeah, so this was 1993. So, man, this was old, man. Yeah. But for its time, because other games at the time, they didn't have these kind 3D, of graphics.
No, Microsoft Flight Simulator doesn't even compare.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so... And it was really cinematic because I had these really cool camera cuts like that. So it was kind of like a movie. It was like Top Gun, but kind of combined with like a it was awesome. I love this game. This was cool.
It does definitely look one of a kind
for its time.
But
I would say that was probably one of my favorite old school games. But I mean, in recent times, I've been playing mostly like, I'm trying to think of a non-FPS game because I played so many FPS games that I'm trying to think of a non-FPS game that I played recently.
I guess
I sometimes play strategy games like RTS games. Like the last one that I played was probably Total Supreme Commander. That was pretty cool. But Diablo. I like Diablo. I did play Diablo 3. I did like that one. So I guess that would probably be one of my recent games that I played that was not an FPS game.
Have you seen Ready or Not?
Yeah, I'm familiar with that game. Yeah, super. It reminds me of SWAT 4. Yeah, they did an incredible job of just. Yeah,
because people love it, and when I saw it, I was like, "Oh man, the way this plays and everything, it's so real life and accurate, and even slower gameplay than CS." Minh would absolutely love this.
Yeah. Because it reminds me of SWAT 4 and Rainbow Six. Yeah, it was a good game. I played a lot of it. It's pretty difficult though, because like you can die really quickly. So yeah. In fact, the game that I'm working on is actually kind of similar to that, Ready or Not, but it's not as hardcore. It's not as like one shot you'll die. It's a little bit more like Payday, where it's kind of more arcadey, a little bit more forgiving, and like you can take a few bullets. Yeah.
This one is just brutally realistic to a T.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Anyway, do you watch Naruto?
Naruto? Actually, no, I didn't get into that. So I watched animes up until Dragon Ball. So after Dragon Ball, I kind of stopped watching animes. I didn't have as much time. So I did watch some Dragon Ball. But yeah, I didn't get into Naruto. But I know of Naruto. Yeah.
Did you play Command and Conquer Generals? A viewer
Oh yeah.
asks.
Oh god. I played all of the Command and Conquers, like Red Alert, like Generals. Yeah, those are awesome games, Command and Conquers. Because like I love like those military kind of vehicles and that kind of thing. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Music recommendations. Like, what is your music taste like? I guess.
I'm kind of like I do kind of like I'm kind of like I grew up in the 80s, so I kind of I sometimes I'll listen to 80s music. But I mean these days actually I like to listen to I think what do they call it?
Synthwave?
It's like city pop. It's like
Oh,
Japanese city pop.
Oh yeah, that's it. Yeah, I
So
listen to
I
that.
like Japanese city pop because it kind of it reminds me of like the 80s and it has a kind of an 80s vibe to it. So I do like Japanese city pop. I sometimes listen to some contemporary music. Yeah, stuff that you hear on the radio.
Yeah.
I also like I listen to like a lot of like electronic music. Like I used to listen to a lot of trance music. Like yeah, so yeah, yeah, I would say that like just kind of a mixture of I kind of like a bit of it everything. Like I listen to some like rock and roll, like heavy metal, like a little bit of it, not like super hardcore stuff, but like I like Metallica. Metallica's cool. I like Metallica, like Guns N' Roses. I like Guns N' Roses.
But you wouldn't say you're like super passionate about music. You just like it like as any other person.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not like a super passionate, but I like to listen to it while I'm working for sure, or when I go to exercise. I mean, the music is incredibly like I listen to it when I'm doing exercise for sure. Yeah. So, but yeah, I'm pretty open to a lot of genres. Like I would say.
You should look up like synthwave because it's kind of like
yeah, I know synthwave.
Oh,
I've listened to a lot of that too. Yeah, synthwave is cool. Exactly, because a lot of it is based on like 80s kind of like synthetic music.
Just kind of remixed, sampled. It's really cool.
Yeah. So yeah, it's cool. Yeah, a lot of it is. Yeah.
Okay. Ask him about the ping in CS when he say he fixed the ping problem. Oh yeah, that's the one story you shared where you faked the pings in the beta.
I did. Yeah, that did happen for sure. I was just kind of testing it to see how people react, and definitely people couldn't really tell. They could, because it's really hard to measure ping from like a subjective level. Like unless you have like a recorder that tells you. Sometimes like 50 ping, it kind of feels like 80 ping. So it was easy. It was easy to kind of play these mind games with the ping and just kind of artificially change it.
Yeah, but people in their placebo, they can just,
Yeah, they can sometimes they'll just feel, oh wow, this feels like 20 ping, but in actuality, it's like 60 ping. So
yeah,
it's kind of
There's an interesting question. What do you think of the current state of modern AAA games?
Yeah, I mean, I do kind of I do lament the fact that we're seeing so many of these live service games and just games being so focused on like microtransactions and these sorts of things. I mean, not with this. I'm not talking about Counter-Strike, because I think Counter-Strike, I think they do a pretty good job of they just monetize the skins. But like I think
successful.
Some games they kind of go overboard, like Rainbow Six Siege. They sell these skins that just completely like destroy the theme of it. Like it doesn't feel like you're playing a game about like counter-terrorists anymore. It just feels like kind of like Fortnite kind of thing. So to me, I feel like that's kind of unfortunate that we can't have games that are that have a strong theme anymore. Like games these days, they have to be like Fortnite. They have to be like Call of Duty Warzone, where they don't have any themes. So that's why I do enjoy playing games like that have that are like Cyberpunk, for example. When I play a game like Cyberpunk, it makes me feel like I'm playing a Cyberpunk game. So they're not too worried about trying to sell skins or shit like that to me.
As a game developer, do you think that's kind of like a negative consequence of like the fact that so many businessmen in corporate suits are involved with game industries and they're like so focused on getting their dividends and getting back their investments that the corporations themselves like they lose their ideals, and instead of making a good game, they just focus too hard on making money and they end up failing?
Yeah, well, I think that's a part of the reason. Yeah, like when you have people that are investing in your project, you kind of have to kind of cater to what they want, and it's difficult. But that's why I kind of enjoy like indie games, like games that are not like tied to these like these kind of like investors who are trying to like focus more on like
Money.
making like microtransactions. I like indie games like for example Ready or Not. I think they did an awesome job. They made a game that like really stuck to their theme, and it's not a game for everybody, but the people that play it, they really love it because it kind of like just kind of
it's a good game.
It has a very consistent theme. Yeah, exactly.
It's made with passion. You buy the game and you play it. It's not doesn't.
You get what you expect from it. So it's So
no, it is rather.
I feel like I do enjoy playing games from the indie scene. Yeah, I think that they're more creative, I would say.
Yeah, that is just the unfortunate aspects of a lot of companies that go public and they take investments. So the people, because I think the people that work on the games themselves, they are passionate game makers. They want to make a fun game, but then some corporate suit that's above them in the pyramid tells them, no, you need to do this, that what I think is best for the game that's going to make more money. And, you end up with a bad product.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, we're starting to see so many of these failures, like these live service games that are failing.
Yeah.
Hopefully, it'll kind of convince these investors that they shouldn't be chasing this trend that not every game has to have like so many microtransactions.
I mean, at the end of the day, I personally trust the consumer will always make the right decision, because if a game is bad, it's bad, and consumers are just not gonna buy it. So these companies, they get what they deserve. They lose money, and if they don't want to repeat these mistakes and go under, like they shouldn't be taking so much advice from people that don't know anything about video games, like those investors.
Yeah. So, but I do feel like there's a lot of games out there that are being made by passionate developers who, like, for example, recently Kingdom Come Deliverance. So this game was made the very first one was made by people that like they really wanted to make a game that was just about like this theme, and they were so like they were so passionate about keeping it like consistent with their theme, and it did so well because of that. Because I think the people that play this game, they kind of appreciate how immersive it is. When you play this game, it really makes you feel like you're part of that scenario. So that's what I like when I play a game. And, like if I have time, I would love to play this game, but these days I'm so busy, I don't really have much time to play games.
I mean, you're not just making game, but you're also a family man, so there's like duties that come with that. But when somebody's passionate about it, but the only problem with indie games is that in a lot of cases, like as opposed to AAA games where you already have the funding, with indie games, a lot of people, they need money and it takes a long time to finish their project. I mean, it has its pros and cons at the end of the day, but should we say goodbye, or do you want to, or do you have a few more minutes?
Maybe I can do one more.
Okay. Okay. What do you think about Cry of Fear? Says a local commenter.
Cry of Fear. What is that actually? I don't think I've heard about that.
I haven't played Cry of Fear. Cry of Fear.
Oh wait. I mean, I've heard of it, but I don't think.
It's this. It's a free-to-play indie game that's made on the Cold Source engine.
Oh, this game. Yes, I've seen this game. Yeah, I've seen this game. So it's made by these people, and it's basically using the goat source engine.
Yeah.
I was really impressed with what they were able to do. And see, this is the type of game that I really like, makes me feel like I'm really proud to be part of this industry. Like, there's people out there that are just making these passionate games that they're not even selling the game, right? So it's kind of like
it's free
it's
to
just a
play.
passion project. Yeah, but I do hope that they can make a sequel that they can actually, because it looks like they have a lot of talent. So yeah, I mean, look at this game. It looks really, really like
Yeah.
made by
Well, because
really
they're using
incredible.
these like these modifications to the goal source engine to bypass certain
Oh,
limits, so it runs at like 32 bits,
oh,
and it looks, so that's why it looks
oh,
slightly better. There was actually
wow.
a different mod, because these
Mm,
guys made a mod called Afraid of Monsters, which was their first game, and it was a
oh,
very successful horror gold source mod. But then
wow.
a different team made a mod called Paranoia, and they like used this like modifier to the
Oh,
engine to increase
wow.
to bypass the limits. And then the Side Scholar, these team, they also used those tools to improve the graphics of and the limitations of their game. But yeah, it's still fully in the gold source engine. It's just everything is customized, and so has the engine. Like even today, there's another thing called Zash 3D, which is another like modification to the gold source engine to continue bypassing more and more limits. Because
Wow.
yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. But yeah, definitely, I did see this game. I saw it. I didn't haven't had a chance to play it, but I mean, just from looking at the videos, I can tell that these people are really, really talented. And yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing more of what they created. Like, they kind of reminds me of like the Black Mesa team. You know, Black Mesa.
Yeah,
So basically, a bunch of these modders, they made like a remake of Half-Life. I think they called it like the Black Mesa.
no, yeah. The company is called friggin' Crowbar Collective, but the game is
That's the one.
called
Crowbar
Black
Collective. Yeah.
Mesa. Yeah.
Yeah. So this game was in development for a long time, but
Oh, 10
uh,
years or something like that.
yeah, but they finally finished it, and so I believe it's a remake of Half-Life, right?
Yeah,
And
in the source engine.
right, so yeah, it's what they were able to do was pretty incredible. I mean, for a bunch of modders, right? Yeah, so
Yeah. But at
so
least
yeah, it's
they sold the game, so you know.
Oh, was it? Oh, okay, but it did really well. So I'm glad that they were able
Yeah.
to kind of like, kind of, and I'm actually really glad that Valve allowed them to do that. Because sometimes some companies they'll be like, don't, you're not allowed to use our IP. So
I
it's
mean,
great that Valve kind of allowed them to kind of work on
at
that.
the end of the day, it's on Steam, so Valve is still taking a cut.
Yeah. Oh,
Anyway.
yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. But
Yeah.
but yeah, it's these types of these developers that are really are the ones that I kind of like look forward to kind of seeing more of, and I'm kind of glad
Yeah.
that they're doing what they do and
It's
kind of chasing their passion projects like
Yeah.
this.
Oh
But
yeah. It's
yeah,
only it's only within projects like in games like this where you can truly see somebody who just loves making games more than anything
is
else,
this
and it's
a
great to see.
it's a single player, right? Can you play this co-op or no? Just single player.
There's deathmatch multiplayer, and there may be a
Okay.
mod to play it co-op multiplayer. I think it is
But it
possible.
looks really well done.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
so it's basically Half-Life 1, but
Yeah.
with updated graphics.
With updated and a lot of other updates, because from Half-Life 1, a lot of people were not very fond of like Zen,
Yeah,
because it
then
was towards
I
the end
remember.
of
Yeah,
their
yeah,
Valve's development cycle, so they didn't
and
have
they kind
time.
of rushed it. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
But I had this game for many years in my Steam library, and I was just waiting for them to release Zen so I can play the full thing. And yeah, it was great. It was great.
Wow. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah. So yeah, it's those kind of developers that I'm just really really like looking forward to just kind of seeing what they're up to, and I think that's kind of what makes me kind of have some I guess
Faith.
promise, faith. Yeah, exactly, faith in the industry, that people like these guys and girls, they're basically out there chasing a project that they feel are very passionate about, and just kind of like they're not really worried about, like they're not really focused on making the money right away. I hope eventually that they do make money, because I think these are the type of teams that I feel that they deserve the support that we can give. And I'm kind of glad that that they were able to find some success, like Cry of Fear. Like a lot of people played it, and yeah, hopefully that they can make a sequel that's yeah.
Oh, here's one final interesting question. Somebody says in all capital letters, is there an Easter egg in some of your maps or game files that we still haven't found after all these years?
Oh, dude, that is a good question. I did have a cheat. Okay, so basically, I had a cheat in Counter Strike. It was in the betas. So basically, in Counter Strike, we didn't have like matchmaking, so it was hard to find a server, because I had like 5 friends. So it was hard for me to find servers with like 5 open slots. So I had this cheat that would allow me to kick off anybody on the server. All right, it sounds malicious, but I mean, because I wanted to play with my friends, so I had a cheat that I would do that would allow me to just I can choose to pick off somebody. But in order for this cheat to occur, I had to do like this a series of actions. So I had to like turn around and then jump over here and then kind of do something, duck like 4 or 5 times, and then I would type something in the console, and then a player on the server would randomly disappear. So I remember that was one Easter egg, but nobody found it, obviously, because if someone found that would have destroyed the game. So it was only for me, because I wanted to open slots for my friends to jump in. But eventually we removed that when we joined Valve, obviously. When they saw that, they said we had to get rid of that. Obviously. So,
Did not even Jess know about that? Was it only your
actually,
knowledge?
I didn't tell him. No, I didn't tell him. It was just me. Yeah, it was just me, because I used to play Counter Strike a lot with my friends from university, and so there was like 5 of us, and like I said, back then we didn't have matchmaking, so we had to like wait for this, like we would have to wait for the servers to open slots, and sometimes it would take like half an hour, shit like that. So I had a cheat for myself that would just kind of, so I would jump on the server, I would kick off 5 guys, and then I would tell my friends to jump on. It was kind of funny, but I mean, it was. Yeah, but yeah, that was just one Easter egg that thankfully nobody figured out. Yeah.
So do you think there's even if we having the betas right now, there's no way to replicate it?
Oh yeah, actually, if you had the betas right, you could. But the thing is, I forgot what you had to do. You had to like spin around, crouch, and then you had to type in something in the console.
Well, everybody. Go ahead and try and figure it out. It's somewhere in the beta.
Trust me, you won't figure it out. It was really complicated. It was really, and the thing you needed to type in, it was not. I can't even remember what it was, but it was not easy. Well, but nobody figured it out.
Okay, well, maybe it's gonna be lost forever. Well,
yeah. Thankfully, it's you don't really need to know that one. But,
well, yeah. Okay. I'm not gonna keep holding you just because I don't want this to end, because we can always do this some other time. Everyone, start saying your goodbyes, because he's probably exhausted. My throat is a little bit sore, so let's wrap this up, shall we? So start saying your goodbyes.
Okay. All right. Well, it was nice to speak with all of you, and thanks a lot for submitting your questions. You know, when the game that I'm working on is ready, I can show it to you guys, and you know, hopefully you like it. It's I think it's a lot of fun, but yeah, we'll see. Yeah,
if you want, and if anyone wants updates, at Gooseman on Twitter, Zitter, X, whatever. I guess that's one place you can follow him if you want.
Yeah, I'm on X, Gooseman CS. Yeah, you can just that's my Twitter handle. Yeah, but. All right, so thanks everybody, and nice to speak with all of you. Love from Bulgaria. Hey, where do most of your viewers are they from? You said some of them are from America, some of them.
My YouTube statistics show everywhere. Like percentage-wise, my biggest audience is from the USA, but a lot of people also watch from places like Russia, Turkey, Romania, Indonesia, Brazil, Argentina, and
Wow.
all of those places. There's a decent chunk of people watching from Egypt, Morocco, and just these kind of typical places
Wow.
where CS 1.6 is still very prevalent and
Oh, okay. Yeah.
and popular. Actually, some of these countries you can still go to an internet cafe and they will have CS 1.6 pre-installed on there. I'm not kidding.
Oh, I see. I see. Okay. Okay. That makes sense. So your audience is mostly 1.6 players.
Yeah, I mean, because
Okay.
most of my videos are 1.6 related, and I initially started with 1.6, and those are like the most popular. So I've just kind of garnered this kind of audience for
Okay.
that.
Cool. Nice.
So
All right.
it was
So
a pleasure
yeah.
talking with you. We had a great time. Time wasn't even enough, I would
Yeah.
say. So if you're down to do this again, but of course in a different format, we can think of something different to do specifically. Like I
Okay.
said in the beginning, maybe we could go like chronologically through the betas. You know, that might be cool. Of course, if you're down, if you
Sure.
have time, we'll figure it out in the near future.
Okay.
But
All
for
right.
now, I'm just gonna let you do your own thing, and I'm not gonna pester you.
Okay. All
Yeah.
right. Yeah.
All
So it was
right.
good to chat with you and answer all your questions. And yeah, nice to meet all of your community. And yeah,
Yeah.
we'll
They're all here.
we'll
They're all here
we'll
to.
speak again.
We'll speak again
Hopefully,
soon. Yeah.
we'll speak again soon. Yeah.
They were all here to prove to you that CS is still here
Yeah.
and it's still popular
Yeah.
25 years later.
Yeah. Crazy. Okay, man. All right.
All
So
right.
thanks again for having me. And yeah,
Huh?
we'll
Since
talk
you're
to
in
you
Canada,
next time.
yeah, since you're in
Yeah.
Canada, have a nice rest of your day. And for most
All
of
right.
us, it's almost nighttime. So,
Oh, damn. Yeah. Okay.
yeah.
So all right then. Good night, everybody. So we'll talk to you. We'll talk to you next
All
time.
right.
Okay.
All right.
Bye bye.
Bye. Have a good afternoon.
Okay.
Are you guys happy now? Did you guys have fun with that? Let me just remove that. Are people still playing on here? Oh yeah, they are. Cool. Oh yeah, there's my mouse cursor. It finally appeared. Yeah, because I was like sharing with him. Alrighty, everyone. Did you have fun? I hope you did. I like how Min Lee told me like an hour ago or like 2 hours ago that he had like not a whole lot of time left. He wanted to speed up things, and then we ended up yapping for another 2 hours. I want to pee so hard. Like my dick's about to fucking explode. Anyway, are you glad I managed to contain myself? I wasn't that bad, right? Because I've never interviewed anybody in my whole life, so or at least interviewed anybody formally like this. So yeah, if you were here and you made it and all that, congratulations. Congratulations. If you made it late, sorry. You can still watch the VOD and like we just discussed, because I didn't expect there would be so many things to talk about. I thought that I would just ask my questions, he would answer, and then it'll be over in like 2 hours. But actually, I didn't expect him to be this passionate about everything, and we hit it off great. So much so that, man, I want to talk to him again. So I'll try and see if I can get it to happen again. I guess, if that makes any sense. Okay, I was also recording everything separately from this stream, so I can edit it down eventually. Hopefully, it recorded right. I'm praying. Also, I'm super glad that. I'm super glad that my internet did not cut off too badly. It did stutter a few times, and my electricity was also stable. I was so afraid that might happen. But yeah, I didn't say too many awful things. I didn't burp. I didn't shit myself. So that's great. right? I was well behaved. You can give me that much credit, right? Would make more sense to talk to him if you were a game dev. I was a QA tester. Come on, I'm basically a game dev. I'm not. What is your internet speed? It's like 200 up and down, but for some reason it just lags. It could be because I'm connected through Wi-Fi, not with an Ethernet cable. But I don't have the option to use Ethernet cable, so I guess it could be a little bit unstable. Too bad, so sad. I think we also hit a record viewer count. I mean, makes sense for an event like this. I really wish we could have done this during the weekend. It would have been maybe a bit more convenient for everybody. But yeah, unfortunately, Minley is not available during weekend, so we had to do it today. A random YouTuber with 20k subscribers interviews one of the most influential. I mean, realistically, it's not very hard to get a hold of Min Lee. There's like a YouTuber with 500 subs who interviewed Min Lee. Like, he's very open about it. If you're nice enough and just ask, he might be down. I guess if you have the proper credentials. But man, keep in mind, guys, this interview, this event has been almost a year in the making. I said this before once, but since all of you are here right now, I want to say that the last time when I asked Min Lee, I originally asked Min Lee if he wants to do an interview with me last year in April when I made the tactical intervention video. Because that's when I initially got in contact with him through Zitter, Twitter, Shitter. And then afterwards, I just kind of was feeling cheeky, and I just asked him, hey, do you want to do an interview, by the way? And he was like, yeah, sure. And I was, really? And I thought the interview was going to happen in the summer, but then he said, no, I can't because of contracts and everything with my job, and I have to do a media blackout, and how about we try September? And I was like, okay, I'm going to wait until September and ask him again. And then when September came, I was like, hey, Min Lee, interview time. And he's like, no, I can't. Can you try asking me again next year, March? And I was like, oh, okay. Okay, I'll ask again during March. And then I think in late November, early December, I asked him for something else. I just needed information for research on one of my videos. I just couldn't find something, so I was like, oh, fuck it, I'll just ask Min Lee directly. I'll DM him, and I was like, hey, can I ask you something? And then afterwards, he just out of nowhere said, yo, by the way, I'm available for interview. And I was like, seriously? I was like, okay, let's do it. And from there, I just told him, like, well, since it's December, it's holidays and everything, it's kind of late, and I have to go to a different country for my holidays, back home and all that. He was like, yeah, okay, sure, we'll plan it for later on. And then he also had to go to AHL TV Awards and do all of his stuff, all of his public appearances. So when I came back and I started messaging him and we planned it, we just kind of agreed, like, we needed to give time for people to prepare and also send the form and everything. So I was like, okay, how about we do it beginning of February? And he was like, yep, perfect, okay. So yeah, almost a year in the making. But now that he's a free man and I have him within my grasp, I think he likes me. So I am going to use him, milk him for views. I'm kidding. I won't. I hope he's not watching. In the interview before GTA 6? I mean, eh. Oh, by the way, the screenshots he sent me of the firing range, of him at the firing range with Barking Dog Studios, I will, I'll send them over to my Discord, and you guys can do your thing and spread them around the internet. My God, I can't believe we got some, like, exclusive content and images. No, I'm not. I'm not from Spade. I lied to him, as I do with everybody. Stop, Greater Desolance. He probably watching. But he's not in the call anymore, so I just want to let out all of my autism, okay? Your next objective is to interview Gaben. He responds to his emails, I guess, but I can't get him to do an interview with me. He's not like that. Somebody also earlier sent a message, said Jess Cliff next, but unfortunately there's no contact with Jess Cliff that I can get a hold of. Minh probably has private contact with him, maybe, but that's not something that I can ask for. I can, hey, could you give me Jess Cliff's private number? Oh man, who knows what the guy's going through? He could like be going through something, and then some random guy's like, "Hey, do you want to do an interview?" Like, no, that's not how it works. Let's respect boundaries as much as I wish, dude. Imagine how awesome it would have been if I had gotten both Minh and Jess Cliff together for an interview, and we played CS beta. Damn, that would have been crazy, but it's okay. We can still do only Minh. Yes, we also want Jess. No, there's no way to find him. What happened to Jess Cliff? Bad things. Some bad things that he is not responsible for, but it ruined his career. Let me just put it like that. I don't think we have time to explain the lore of what happened to Jess Cliff. Just look up former CS creator caught texting a minor or something like that. He's not guilty. He's not guilty. He might be a bit paranoid. I don't know. I don't know. Your car's extended warranty. Yeah, I just called up Jess Cliff and be like, Mr. Cliff, I am contacting you about your car's extended warranty. And have you ever heard the word of Christ? Why do you remind me of Badin Fos? What is Badin Fos? Badin Fos. Just let him know we also love and appreciate him. I mean, I think I can just relay that information to Minh. I could like say, hey, if you still have a contact with Jess, could you like relay these words to him? Like, hey, we love you. You didn't do anything wrong. Thanks for helping Minh make CS and all that. Let's play 1.6. Bro, no. Actually, wait, am I too exhausted for this shit? Yeah, no, I don't want to do that. It's been fucking 4 hours. I don't want to do this anymore. I don't wanna. I'm not playing CS. Talked so much about that shit. He submitted to plushphobia just like Minh. I mean, come on. Minh, at the end of the day, he's just a 40-year-old family man. He doesn't look like it because he's Asian, but yeah. Interesting. Interesting factoid. Minh is Asian. Anyway, I pee is stored in the balls, and I just really kind of want to pee and maybe take a breather. My hands are kind of sweaty. I want to get out of my chair. I feel a little bit sore sitting for 4 hours because I can raw dog anything, but then when I calm down and I think about it, it's like, now I don't want to. Now I don't want to do this anymore. I want to get up. All right. By the way, thank you, Chow, as always, for hosting server and everything you do for us. I mean, all the visuals that I showed Minh, well, not all, but half of them wouldn't have been possible without Chow's epic server hosting as per usual. So I just want you to do I just want you to just give merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup, mon frère. But I think it's late. I have to go schlafen gehen. Schlafen gehen. Where are you from? I don't know. Somewhere in Europe. You guess where. Let us win this day. What? No? Thanks, Desolance. No problem. No problem. What are you other guys talking about? What is this gibberish? Keep the chat in English. I'm just chilling here for a little bit more because I just kind of internally don't want to end this. You're 100% no, get out of here. You guys are wrong as usual. I'm not even gonna entertain. I'm not even gonna entertain these ideas. Bro, how many languages do you know? I know one single language, and this one single language is the mother of all languages. I only know American. That's the only language I speak. That's the only language I feel confident in. I'm not like multilingual or anything. No parlo solo italiano. No hablar español. What the fuck else? Je ne parle français. Jag är inte svensk. Jag talar inte svenska. Jag не говорит по-русски. Блядь, английский. Заткнись, блядь. What else can I pull out of my asshole? What the fuck else do I have? I was gonna say something. I was thinking Arabic, but I don't know enough Arabic. يا أخي شربوطة. خلاص حبيبي. I don't know enough. Turkish? No. Merhaba. Isn't Turkish just beta Arabic? I'm kidding. Bro, speak Proto-Indo-Euro. No. Bro, where are you from? I don't know. You choose where I'm from. I don't know where I'm from at this point. Oh my god. Deney Elines. No, wait, that was Greek. I'm fucking stupid. Why am I speaking Greek now? Denhero Elinica. Denhero Elinica. Paracallo. Malaka. You choose where you're from. Yeah. Turkey. Okay. God, come on. Why did you have to pick Turkish? Why does it have to be Turkish? İstemiyorum. Halas, istemiyorum. Bilmek istemiyorum Türkiye, habibi. Fuck, okay, enough of this. I'm just switching between languages. So please leave 1.6 these two guys rizzing me. I'm not. You can just stare at them. I'm thinking he's German. Schleibenkleister. I'm not German, bruh. Ich bin kein Deutscher. Bruder. Oh, Bruder. Bitte, Bruder, bitte. I'm just... Ich bin so fertig. I'm just so fucking done with this shit. Yes, America. That's all I need in my life. All I want to know is that my American is good. Nothing else matters. English, don't know her. British, fuck off. American. That's my language. That's my language. Nothing else. I'm thinking Polish is the closest accent that matches his voice. Oh, kurwa, je pierdolę. I'm just reveling in this. I'm sorry. I'm fucking sorry. Prepsham. Je dwuje stale zapierdala. Only thing in Polish I know is Tylko jedno głobie man, każdy pierść gram. Okay, that's that's the dancing cow thing. Maybe Finnish or Latvian? No. Greenland. I may be out of this world, guys. I might not even be real. What are you even saying? Okay, at least tell us how many languages you speak. And don't start speaking them. I know English, bro. I already told you. I only know English. Fuck you mean, cuh? Okay, not English. American. I only know American, and that's all I fucking care about. Don't start making too many assumptions. Gomen minasan. 他には何も知らない。日本語上手？やだ。今日はダメ。No, please. Please, 黙ってください。黙って。Namaste. Alright. Can you speak? No. Bro is space. What is Space Marine? He's Greek? Bruh. Face reveal when I could show you my face, but you're not gonna like it, so I won't. I don't want people falling in love with me. They changed the title to Deslan's interview. I'm not answering questions. It's just people making assumptions about my fucking nationality. And guess what? You're all wrong. You never guessed it once. Feet reveal? Go on the Discord. There's like a funny little emoticon, something piece of shit. In any case, it was a good time. Yes, thank you, Chow. I also thanks to all of the donations. Speaking of one last thing, speaking of like multiple languages, my entire fucking Instagram, I'm not gonna show you my Instagram. My entire Instagram, every other reel is just in a different language. I didn't even ask for this. It's just okay. I'm gonna open my Instagram reels right now, and let's see what comes up. I'm not gonna show you because it's gonna reveal my stuff.
一回的天敌红眼汉，我们要抓掉它，保护小迷菇，抓来当做小迷菇的面，教训它，这是你的缅北，来了就回不去的地方，赶要走的地方。
Okay, that's in some Southeast Asian language.
狗头，万事不用愁。
Now it's a Chinese reel.
驱邪又逼鬼。
Okay, throat singing.
A por las ofertas de Bato School de MediaMarkt. Hola de nuevo, Poito.
Now it's Spanish.
Il croit que c'est un 10, mais il fait moins.
How did we get it's fucking French? Okay, copyrighted music. That's gonna be fucking Chinese. Oh. Now it's German. Great.
Oha, eine Schlafparalyse. Das ist ein Überfall.
I'm not gonna fucking sit through that.
Если из русалки сделать паштет, он рыбный или мясной?
Pashtiet. What is that Cyrillic ass looking language?
Ακολούθησε την σελίδα Φιλιππίδης Φίλς για 10 χρόνια καλής τύχης. Ακολουθήστε την σελίδα Φιλιππίδης Αισθήσεις και κερδίστε δωρεάν πέτρες στα νεφρά.
Dude, I don't think Greece is a real country. Okay, I'm not looking at my Instagram anymore. It's stupid. Yeah, brain rot. Incredible. What are you watching? I don't know. I just opened my Instagram Reels, and I've just been assaulted by everything at once. Okay, you're multilingual. No, I'm not. Brain rot Instagram field? I love it. It's my daily slop infestation. Should have just watched these Chinese videos. He doesn't know Chinese. Did anyone ask him if he knew about Osama bin Laden having CS installed? Yes, he actually did comment on that, but Minh said that he actually didn't have CS. He had other games that were military related, but not CS. CS wasn't one of them. Okay, I'm closing chat because I could sit here all day and I really want to pee and I'm tired. Okay, I'm not tired. I'm actually going to go edit videos and stuff because I'm a fucking content machine. Das ich den Übermensch. Okay. Did you also get 9/11 memes on Reels? Sometimes, maybe. Anyway, can you re-record the moaning we heard? No. You have to go to the VOD and watch it there. Osama also watched anime? Apparently, yeah. I wanted to ask Minley about anime too, but apparently he hasn't been watching anime for many years. When he said he stopped after Dragon Ball, I guess he just experienced peak and didn't need anything else. Alright, here's the legendary the end screen that, yeah, has to come as per tradition. I'm gonna start closing everything I have seen, and okay, let's go back on topic. I had a great time, you had a great time. Stop sending me friend requests on Steam. I hate you, I resent you, I'm gonna ban you from my life. Too bad I didn't get to ask all of my questions, but people also didn't get to ask all of their questions that they sent in the form. I'm sorry, but it's just the guy didn't know, didn't have enough time. And that was kind of on me. I kind of take blame because because we just yapped too much when we started the interview. Like, it started off really slow. I would like ask a question, then we would go on a 30-minute tangent about something else. And just, my god, I didn't expect he would be so chatty, but I have some gummies to munch on. Anyway, thank you for stream. Thank you to Chow, and thank you to Chino for being here. Well, find your ass. No, you won't. I'm not gonna hide that I am not in Europe, but yeah, try to find me. Go ahead. My voice is pretty distinguishable, so if you are in the right place at the right time, you could walk past me. Because I'm not gonna lie, and I'm not making this up. Please believe me when I say this. I am seriously not making this up. One time, I was in the metro, and I saw a guy close to me watching a video on his phone, and I just instantly saw a frame that was familiar, and the guy was watching one of my videos, and I was like half a meter away from him. So it's a good thing I didn't talk. Would have been mega cringe. Good night from Kurdistan. Good night, Habibi. Actually, I don't know what Kurdistan language is. Kurdistani language. Whatever. This is from Rhodesia. You're just making up countries at this point. Anyway, if you enjoy, by the way, this interview live stream thing, make sure to join when I stream anything else, because it's a fun time. Right? I hope you join. It's gonna be great. Is in Bucharest? No. I am in Transylvania. Sorry, that's stereotypical. The right man in the wrong place can make all the difference in the world. It's Kurdish? Okay. Good night from Israel. Chino, please. Cinco tu madre, pendejo. No hablar estas. Por favor. Okay. Anyway, I love you and I hate you all at the same time. If you want more fun content, go watch my videos, make me money, come watch my streams, dump all of your life savings into donations. Please do that. Also, maybe consider becoming a member. You get exclusive emoticons and stuff, and use your Twitch Prime on Twitch, I guess, if anybody's watching on Twitch, because if you want to go there, I'm there too. But yeah. Thanks to all the donations. I didn't have the focus to read any of them, but thank you. And yeah. Great times. Alright, everybody. I'll see you around.